Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Gold dust in empty pockets. The rain was steady that night, tapping soft against the tin roof of the porch while the fire snapped and spit like it had secrets of its own. I leaned back in my chair, boots muddy from the road, and told the young fellas dead close what they'd been waiting to hear. See, folks think money stories always start with a man who already had something. Truth is, most real fortunes are built by men with nothing but grit in their teeth and dust in their pockets. This tale starts in a town no bigger than a cough of smoke. One of those places where the main street had more stray dogs than wagons. The man in question was named Elias Boone, a wiry fellow with a crooked grin and eyes that looked like they'd seen past tomorrow. Elias wasn't born to wealth. He was born to debt stacked higher than his pa's old whiskey bottles. But what made him different was that he never let hardship set the rules of his life. He believed a man could rewrite his fate, same way you reshoe a tired horse. Slow, patient, one nail at a time. Elias worked odd jobs, holing lumber, fixing fences, clearing brush. Coins clinked into his palm, that enough to keep beans on the fire. But he had a habit others mocked. He saved nickels like they were nuggets of gold. He'd tuck them into old tobacco tin, never spending more than what was needed. Folks laughed, said he was hoarding scraps when he could at least buy himself a new shirt or a drink. Elias just smiled and tapped that tin in his pocket, like a man knocking on the door of his future. The rake came one late autumn when the logging camp shut down for the season. Men were left restless, grumbling, wasting wages at the saloon. Elias, instead of drowning his time, rode out to the edges of the valley where an abandoned mill stood. Its wheel rotted and its windows cracked like old teeth. Most saw ruin. Elias saw a skeleton with meat still on the bones. Now, we the part the young folks need to understand. Opportunity don't come knocking with a bow on it. It shows up, looking at work, sweat, and risk. Elias took what little he'd saved, bought up the rights to that crumbling mill for the price of a mule, and spent winter patching the walls, fixing the gears, and teaching himself how the water wheel once turned logs to lumber. He slept inside on cold nights, keeping the fire alive with scraps, his dreams louder than the howling wind. When spring came, the rain swelled the river, and that wheel creaked to life like a giant wakened from slumber. Elias had himself a running mill, small, rough, but his. Word spread quick in the valley. Farmers, carpenters, even homesteaders riding through needed boards, beams, planks. Elias charged fair, cheaper than bringing timber from towns miles away. Within months, his tin of nickels grew into a strong box of dollars. But he didn't stop there. See, money in a box is just a dream sitting idle. Elias used it as seed. He hired 2 hands, then 4. He cut deals with trappers and wagon men, and when others spent their cert on whiskey or cards, Elias bought himself second-hand tools, wagons, and even the rights to a nearby grove of pine. By the time the second winter rolled, that once-forgotten mill was humming light, the heart of the whole valley. Here, where the lesson deep Pete Elias didn't chase riches for their shine. He built something folks relied on. And when a man makes himself useful, money follows him like shadows at dusk. By the 5th year, Elias wasn't just running a mill. He owned 2, had contracts with rail lines, and kept ledgers so clean you could eat supper off them. His name carried weight, not because he was the loudest at the bar, but because he was steady, fair, and relentless. The story don't end with him sitting fat and happy, though. Fortune tests a man like storms test a roof. A flood came through one summer, wild and angry, and swept half his lumberyard clean downriver. Some said it ruined him. Elias didn't curse the skies or drink himself blind. He rolled up his sleeves, paid his men double time, salvaged what he could, and built higher ground for his yard. By harvest, he was back in business, stronger for the trouble. That the way of money and life, boasts hard shin, ain't the end, it the forge that tempers steel. So boys and girls, when you sit by the fire wondering how a man builds fortune from nothing, remember Elias Boone and his rusted mill wheel. He didn't strike gold, didn't win a hand of cards, didn't marry into wealth. He built slow, steady, and smart. His story ain't about luck, it's about taking dust and turning it into something solid enough to stand a flood. The rain tapped harder on the roof then, and I let the silence hang, 'cause sometimes the space between words carries the weight. Then I leaned in close, fire glow warm in my face, and I said, riches ain't found, kids, they're built. One nail, one board, one coin at a time. Elias Boone's name carried further than the valley by the time his hair started silvering at the edges. Folks from neighboring towns knew of the miller who turned nothing but grit and a rusted wheel into a business strong enough to employ half a county. Yet even with his pockets heavy and his barns full, Elias never strutted like a rooster. He walked the same dirt roads, tipped his hat to the same farm wives, and kept his boots worn from work. Prosper to him wasn't about polish, it was about permanence. The secret to his rise wasn't mystery or magic, it was the quiet discipline of watching his coins like a hawk watches mice.
Every dollar that came in had a task, a duty, a place. Some went to wages, some to equipment, others to reinvestment. Elias believed money was like water, left idle. It turned stale, put to work. It could spin wheels and move mountains. So he let it flow carefully, always channeled, never wasted. One of his boldest moves came when a railroad company sent word they'd be laying tracks near the valley. Most men in town groaned, thinking it meant competition or the end of their small-time ways. Elias saw the river rising again, another chance to turn current into power. He marched to the company men with contracts already drafted, offering them lumber at rates no rival could match if they agreed to build a small spur line right to his yards. They balked at first, but Elias leaned on his reputation for reliability.
By the end of the week, the deal was sealed. The day the first rail car rolled up to his yard loaded with supplies, folks realized Elias had pulled the valley into the future with his bare hands. Success has a way of attracting eyes, and not all of them pined. A banker from the city came riding through, dressed sharp at attack, offering loans and expansions that sparkled brighter than a summer creek. Elias listened polite, but shook his head. "I don't gamble on shadows," he said. The banker smirked, told him he'd stay small forever, but Elias knew better. He'd seen men borrow to chase dreams only to lose house, land, and pride when the wind shifted. Debt was a bridle he refused to wear. Instead, he grew steady.
About a failing sawmill 2 counties over, not with borrowed gold, but with the surplus he'd built by years of patience. The workers there, near broke and near beaten, found themselves with wages again under a boss who treated them like partners instead of mules. Elias didn't bark orders from a distance. He rolled his sleeves, walked the floor, and knew every hand by name. Respect was a currency he sent most freely, and it came back to him tenfold. By then, his reputation stretched across state lines. Merchants knew his timber was straight, his contract solid, and his word unbreakable. But the more wealth he piled up, the more he leaned back into simplicity. He still mended fences on his own farm, still sat on his porch with black coffee at dawn, still whittled wood shavings while the hounds dozed at his boots.
Men asked him why he never built a mansion or threw grand parties. Elias just smiled. "Gold don't need to glitter to be real," he said. There was a winter harsher than most, snow piled high, roads near impassable, sickness riding through like a thief in the night. Mills shuddered across the region, wagons froze in their tracks. Elias' men looked at him with worry plain on their faces. Payroll was due, demand was dead, and the books would bleed red if he kept the wages running. Elias lit a lantern, studied his ledgers long into the night, and made a choice that would echo through generations. He paid every man on time with full wages, even if it meant draining his reserves near dry. A mill is just wood and wheels, he told them, but men at the heart of it.
I'll let the heart stop beating. Come spring, when the fall-freed roads and demand surged back, every man who'd worked under Elias doubled his loyalty. They labobbed like kinfolk protecting the business as if it were their own. Competitors who had cut their men loose struggled to rehire and restart. Elias' gamble on people, not profits, had turned a deadly winter into a foundation stronger than iron. Years passed, and his wealth was no longer measured in coins or contracts, but in the way his valley thrived. Farms prospered, shops bustled, children studied by lamplight in schools he helped fund. Men who once laughed at his tin of nickels now sent their sons to learn under him, hoping a little of his wisdom might rub off. Elias never preached, but when asked, he'd lean back, spit into the dirt, and say, "Save more than you spend."
Work harder than you complain. Invest in what stands longer than you do, and don't let pride spend your purse toward his later years. Elias faced offers to sell a dempty, cash out, and live soft in the city. He refused every one, the valley, the mills, the men and women who worked him. That was his wealth, and no banker ledger could measure it. He built something that would outlive his bones, a legacy rooted deeper than pine. And when folks whispered about luck, he laughed. "Luck a mule," he said. "You can ride it a mile or two, but grit'll take you the whole trail." And so the tale of Elias Boone wasn't carved in marble halls or sung in city banquets. It lived in the creak of his mills, the laughter of his workers' children, and the steady hum of prosperity born from nothing but determination. That, young listeners by the fire, is the kind of fortune that don't rust, don't rot, and don't fade with time. Elias Boone grew older, but the fire inside him never dulled. By the time his beard was streaked with gay, he'd seen the valley turn from a patch of weary farms into a thriving hub. Where once the roads were nothing but wagon ruts, now there were rails, merchants, schools, even a courthouse where law had weight. People whispered that none of it would have stood without Elias Mills, his stubborn faith that growth could come from sweat instead of speculation. Yet if you out him, he'd just shrug, saying, "I only did what a man's supposed to make tomorrow better than yesterday." As the years rolled, Elias began thinking more about what would remain after he was gone.
He had no sons of his own, though he'd married once in his youth.
His wife, Clara, had been gentle with laughter like a creek over stones, but she'd passed too early, leaving Elias with a hollow space in his chest that even success couldn't fill. He never remarried. Instead, he poured that ache into his work, into his valley, into making sure others had chance he'd never been handed. He often said the mill was his child and the valley his family, but no man, no matter how strong, escapes the creeping weight of years. Elias' hands, once quick as a whip, grew stiff, his back bent from decades of hauling and hammering. Still he rose with the dawn, walking the yard, speaking with workers, offering a nod or a story when their shoulders sagged. He knew his time was shortening, and he aimed to aid it wisely.
So he began teaching, not that how to cut a log straight or balance a ledger,
But how to live with the discipline that had carried him so far.
young men came from nearby towns, even distant counties, to work under him. He'd sit them by the fire at night and spin lessons woven in tales. Don't chase what shines, he'd say, chase what lasts. A flashy dollar today is a hungry belly tomorrow. His words took root in those boys who carried them like heirlooms long after. One of them was a boy named Micah Hath. Micah had come ragged and hungry, his father gone, his mother worn thin. Elias saw something in the lad's eyes, the same fire he'd carried when he was young. He gave Micah work sweeping the mill floors, then trained him slow and steady, from hauling planks to tallying shipment.
Micah listened close, eager, never wasting a word. In him, Elias saw not dead a worker, but an heir to the way of life he'd built.
There were offers, of course, from outsiders who smelled profit in Elias' success.
A company out of the city sent men with gold pocket watches and fine boots, offering to buy every acre of his timberlands, every wheel and beam of his mills. They promised him a life of leisure, with no more calluses or cold mornings. Elias turned them down flat.
"You can't buy roots," he said, "in this valley mine." They warned him he'd regret it, that bigger outfits would swallow him whole. Elias only chuckled. "I hadn't poor before," he said. "I know how to fight lean, but I won't sell out men who built their lives on what we've made here." Then came the drought.
It was the harshest trial yet, a summer when the river shrank to a trickle and the mill wheel groaned like an old ox. Crops withered, wagons stopped rolling, and families faced hunger. Many businesses shuttered, unable to scrape by. Elias refused to quit. He rationed carefully, cut his own wages to nothing, and kept the men on as best he could. He even dipped into the reserves he'd saved for expansion to buy food for the hardest-hit families. "A mill don't run without people," he told Micah. "We look after them, they'll look after us." They did. The community pulled tighter than Ed. Men patched roofs together, women shared what little food they had, children fetched water from miles away. Elias' choice to shoulder the burden gave folks hope, and that hope kept the valley alive until rains finally returned. When the river swelled again, the mills roared back with more strength than before, and the loyalty Elias earned in those lean days became something no drought could wash away. By now, Elias' wealth was legend, but to him, true riches weren't stacked in vaults. They were in the letters he received from workers who'd gone on to start their own businesses, in the laughter ringing from the schoolhouse he'd helped build, in the way strangers came to the valley and found opportunity instead of despair. He'd tell visitors, money just a tool. The real measure of a man's fortune is whether he leaves a place better than he found it. Micah grew into a fine young man under Elias' tutelage. By the time he was 25, he could run the mills near well as Elias himself. Elias began turning more responsibility over to him, testing him in negotiations, trusting him with the ledgers. Micah proved worthy, carrying forward the same principles of fairness and grit. "Don't let profit blind you to people," Elias would remind him. "Gold heavy, but a man's word is heavier still." Toward the end, when Elias' body was failing, he led his workers and neighbors for one last meeting under the mill roof. The place smelled of sawdust and oil, dust it had had on the first day he'd cranked the wheel back to life. With a voice raspy but steady, he told them, "I started with nothing but dust and nickels. What we built we built together. Remember, this hardship ain't an enemy, it a teacher. Wealth ain't a prize, it a responsibility."
Very well, it'll outlast us other.
They say Elias Boone passed one quiet autumn morning with the sun slipping over the valley and the sound of the mill wheel turning steady outside his window. His boots were by the door, worn and muddy, ready for work he'd never wake to finish. The valley mourned him like kin, but they also celebrated. But his story wasn't just his own anymore. It belonged to every man, woman, and child who'd grown strong under his stubborn vision. And in that valley, long after his bones had returned to earth, the mills kept running, the farms kept thriving, and the lessons of a man who turned dust into legacy lived on. Around campfires and porches, old voices would say, "Remember Elias Boone? He proved you don't need luck or inheritance to find fortune."
You'll need grit, patience, and the will to keep build even when the storms come.
When Elias Boone passed, the valley fell into a silence that was heavier than any storm. Men who had worked beside him lowered their heads. Women held their children close, and even the river seemed to slow in if tipping its hat to the man who had tamed its current. But though his body was gone, his presence lingered in every plank of lumber, every contract signed with steady ink, every story whispered across supper tables. The question on everyone's mind was simple: who would carry the flame now? Micah Hudd stepped forward, not with swagger or pride, but with the same quiet resolve Elias had taught him. He was no longer the scrawny boy sweeping sawdust from the floor. He was a man seasoned by years of hard work and harder lessons.
When he took his place at the ledgers, his hands trembled not from fear, but from the weight of responsibility. He knew the valley was not just looking for a boss. They were looking for a protector of Elias' vision. Micah wasted no time proving he had the grit. Within weeks of Elias passing, a rival company from the city rolled in, smelling blood in the water. They sent wagons full of cut lumber, offering it dirt cheap to undercut the mills. Some townsfolk worried Micah couldn't stand against such competition, but Micah remembered Elias' words: "Don't fight with noise, fight with value." So instead of slashing prices to match, he doubled down on quality and relationships. He delivered boards straighter, beams sturdier, and contracts sealed with fairness the rivals couldn't match. The townsfolk stayed loyal because they trusted Boone Mills, and now they trusted Micah. Still, times were changing. The railroad stretched further, cities grew faster, factories powered by steam and steel threatened to swallow small mills whole. Micah could clung to tradition and watch the valley be left behind, but he chose another path. He traveled to the city, walked through the clanging halls of factories, and studied the new machines. He came back not with envy, but with ideas. Slowly, he modernized the mills, adding steam engines, improving efficiency, while never losing sight of the human hands that kept everything turning. Machines may cut faster, he told his men, but it men who build trust. This balance of progress and principle kept the valley thriving even as the outside world shifted to sand. New families arrived, drawn by the promise of steady work and fair wages. Houses sprouted along the ridges, shops bustled with trade, and the once quiet valley became a beacon of opportunity. Folks began calling it Boone Valley, though Elias' boots had long since been set by the door. But prosperity never comes without trials. A financial panic swept through the nation, banks collapsing like barns in a storm, merchants went bankrupt, farms foreclosed, and men who thought themselves rich found their pockets turned inside out. The city companies that had mocked Boone's careful ways crumbled under the weight of their debts. Micah, remembering Elias' warnings, had never borrowed beyond his means. He tightened belts, cut his own pay, and leaned on the reserves that Elias had once built to dam against misfortune. Boone Valley survived, battered but standing, while others drowned. In those years, Micah learned that leadership wasn't about comfort, it was about sacrifice. He gave more than he kept, often working late into the night by lantern light, his eyes red, his back sore. But each morning he rose with the sun, walking the yards, greeting his workers as equals. They saw his effort and answered with loyalty, the same way they had once answered Elias. The spirit of Boone lived on not through blood, but through the creed passed from teacher to student, from man to community. As Micah grew older, he too thought about legacy. He married a local school teacher, a sharp-eyed woman named Ruth, who shared his belief that wealth meant little unless it lifted others. Together they raised 2 children, teaching them the same lessons Elias had once whispered by the fire. But Micah also knew not every heir was born of blood. He sought out young men and women with grit, giving them chance, teaching them not just trades but principles. He would walk the yards with them, repeating the old truths: save what you earn. Build what you can, never gamble more than you can afford to lose, and when the storms come, don't curse the sky, strengthen your roof. By the turn of another decade, Boone Valley had become a place of legend. Travelers spoke of it, a rare town. Men could find honest work, families could thrive, and children could dream bigger than hunger. While other valleys fell to ruin or greed, Boone Valley held steady, rooted in values dirty oak. The mills still sang with saws and wheels, but now they stood alongside schools, libraries, and churches that Elias' fortune had once planted. There were whispers of selling, of merging with larger corporations that offered vast sums of money. Micah listened politely, then shook his head. "A place that this ain't for sale," he'd say. "It belongs to those who built it, and those who'll keep building after we're gone." His refusal earned him respect far beyond the valley. Some called him stubborn, others called him foolish. But to the families who lived under the shadow of the mills, he was simply Boone Heir, a man who carried the fire without letting it dim. So the story stretched on, no longer just about Elias Boone, but about the community that had sprung from his discipline. A sea of man vision had become a heritage, passed from hands to hands, from father to son, from teacher to apprentice. Wealth had been transformed into something greater than numbers on a page. It had become a living, breathing testament to what patience, honesty, and hard work could carve into the world. The old-timers who sat by the fire at night would nod and murmur, "Boone built the valley, Micah kept it alive." And so long as we remember their lessons, this place will never fall. The flames would crackle, the rain would patter, and the story would roll on into the ears of another generation, teaching them. Elias once taught Micah that true fortune is not just counted but cultivated, not just held but shared. Time has a way of weathering men the same way it does mountains. By the time Micah Kabir had gone white, Boone Valley was no longer just a cluster of farms and mills. It was a place marked on maps, a stop for rail lines, a name spoken with respect in cities far off. Yet for its growth, it still carried the same heartbeat Elias Boone had given it, steady, honest, and rooted in the grit of men who knew what it meant to build with their hands. Micah's children had grown under that rhythm. His eldest, Thomas, carried his father's measured patience, often walking the yards at dawn with a ledger tucked beneath his arm. He studied the flow of coin the same way Elias once studied the turn of the river, always asking how it could be guided without wasting a drop. Ruth, the youngest, was sharper still, with a mind quick and lightning. Where others saw problems, she saw patterns, solutions hidden in plain sight.
A son in town scoffed at a woman taking part in mill business, but Micah encouraged her every step. Fortin don't care if it carried in calloused hands or delicate ones. He told her it only cares if the bearer has the will to hold it steady. The valley itself had begun to stretch beyond lumber. With rails so near and farms so strong, merchants began building shops that sold more than bare necessities. Smithies, tailor cobblers, Boone Valley was no longer just a place to work, it was a place to live and dream. But with new prosperity came new dangers. Outside investors sniffed at the edges again, promising quicker profits through mining, gambling halls, or factories that would choke the river with sot. Some locals, dazzled by the shine, whispered about letting them in.
But Micah stood for the townsfolk, his frame bent by age, but his voice steady. "We didn't come this far to trade roots for weeds," he said. "This valley ain't for those who bleeded dry. Still, progress couldn't be ignored. The world beyond Boone Valley was racing faster with each passing year, machines wiring, cities growing higher, money changing hands in ways simpler folks barely understood. Micah knew his time was drawing thin, and that if the valley was to endure, it couldn't just cling to the past. So he called Thomas and Ruth to his porch one rainy evening, the fire glowing low between them. "I gave you both the same gift Elias gave thee," he said. "Not money, not land, but the understanding that fortune must serve, not just shine. The valley yours to guide now. Keep it strong, keep it honest." When Mike had passed, the valley grieved once more. But Dubtek, when Elias had gone, it did not falter. Thomas and Ruth stepped into their father's place, not dead replacements, but as heirs to his burden. They shared duties, Thomas keeping the mills efficient, Ruth overseeing trade and expansion. Together they made choices neither could make alone, and the people trusted them because they carried Boone creed in their very marrow. One of their boldest steps was in education. Ruth believed that if the valley was to endure another generation, its children needed more than just strong backs, they needed sharp sons. She pushed for a school larger than any yet built, with teachers both from the city and books that opened worlds beyond timber and rail. One of my life passed, the valley grieved once more, but Dubtek, when Elias had gone, it did not falter. Thomas and Ruth stepped into their father's place, not dead replacements, but as heirs to his burden. They shared duties, Thomas keeping the mills efficient, Ruth overseeing trade and expansion. Together they made choices neither could make alone, and the people trusted them because they carried Boone creed in their very marrow. One of their boldest steps was in education. Ruth believed that if the valley was to endure another generation, its children needed more than just strong backs, they needed sharp sons. She pushed for a school larger than any yet built, with teachers both from the city and books that opened worlds beyond timber and rail. Some balked at the cost, but Thomas stood with it. "Lumber built this town," he said, "but knowledge will keep it standing when the last tree falls." The school rose brick by brick, and soon children who once might have grown on to swing axes were learning numbers, letters, and histories that stretched beyond their valley. It was in those classrooms that the seeds of Boone legacy truly deepened, for it wasn't just mills or land that mattered. It was the minds shaped by them. Those children grew to become inventors, doctors, merchants, leaders. Some stayed in Boone Valley, strengthening it from within. Others traveled far, carrying with them the lessons of discipline and honesty that had been hammered into the town like nails in oak. Wherever they went, they bore the invisible mark of Elias, Boone, and Micah Head, men who'd taught them that fortune was built, not found. But every story has its storms, and Boone Valley was no stranger to trials. One spring, fire ripped through the largest mill, devouring beams, saws, and months of work in a sole night. Flames roared so hot they lit the sky, and townsfolk feared the valley backbone had snapped. Yet by dawn, Thomas was already gathering men, his eyes red from smoke but sharp with resolve. Ruth opened the strong box her father had guarded and used the reserves to pay wages even as the ashes smoldered. Together, they rebuilt, faster, stronger, smarter. The new mill rose within a year, powered by both steam and water, a marvel that drew curious eyes from miles around. The fire that might have ended the valley became another testament to its resilience. And so Boone Valley kept marching forward. But every story has its storms, and Boone Valley was no stranger to trials. One spring, fire ripped through the largest mill, devouring beams, saws, and months of work in a sole night. Flames roared so hot they lit the sky, and townsfolk feared the valley backbone had snapped. Yet by dawn, Thomas was already gathering men, his eyes red from smoke but sharp with resolve. Ruth opened the strong box her father had guarded and used the reserves to pay wages even as the ashes smoldered. Together, they rebuilt, faster, stronger, smarter. The new mill rose within a year, powered by both steam and water, a marvel that drew curious eyes from miles around. The fire that might have ended the valley became another testament to its resilience. And so Boone Valley kept marching forward. It was no longer the Carape Elias or Micah. It was a living, breathing heritage growing through every man, woman, and child who called it home. At night, when storms rattled the roofs or the fire crackled in quiet rooms, folks would whisper the tales of the men who'd come before. How Elias had saved nickels in a tin. How he'd bought a dying mill and turned it to life. How Micah had faced droughts and panics without flinching. How Thomas and Ruth had carried the torch into a new age without letting the flame die. The story was no longer about one-man fortune. It had become something larger. The tale of how discipline, honesty, and grit could shape not just a life, not just a business, but an entire world for generations. And in Boone Valley, where the river still turned wheels and the rails still sang with iron, the spirit of that lesson was carved into every board, every ledger, every heart. As years rolled on beneath Thomas and Ruth's care, Boone Valley transformed in ways Elias himself might not have dreamed, but would surely have approved. The mills no longer groaned like beasts chained to rivers alone. They hissed and hummed with steam, their belts spinning faster than then before. Where once wagons lined the dirt roads to haul lumber, now rail cars stretched for miles, carrying Boone timber into cities that barely knew the name of the valley yet depended on its strength. With growth came choices. Thomas was cautious, always reminding folks that fortune would vanish if it wasn't guarded. But Ruth was bold, pushing for new ventures that stretched beyond lumber alone. "We've built a strong back," she told the town council one night, her voice echoing in the hall. "But a strong back can't carry so far. We must build hands and minds to match." She urged the valley to branch into craftsmanship, furniture, tools, goods made not that from raw timber, but from skill and imagination. Slowly, workshops sprang up beside the mills, carving out chairs, tables, and wagons, stamped with a mark that read simply, Boone. That name began to carry beyond wood. Merchants in distant cities came to trust it, for it meant fairness, sturdiness, reliability. Some even claimed you could feel the difference when you sat in a Boone chair or laid a Boone beam across your rafters. It wasn't just lumber anymore, it was reputation carved into every grain. Elias had once said a man's word was heavier than gold, and the valley itself bore that weight, its name equal to a promise. But prosperity is a coin with two sides, and the other side is envy. Rivals from the city, beaten once before, returned with deeper pockets and sharper tricks. They spread rumors, cut prices unfairly, even tried bribing local officials to tax Boone Valley heavier. Some in town fretted, whispering that the valley couldn't withstand the assault. Ruth, however, stood firm. "We've faced floods, fire, and famine," she said. "We'll face this too. Their gold is deep, but our roots are deeper." She doubled down on quality and innovation, refusing to let fear dictate the valley path. Thomas, the steady, reminded her and the townsfolk to prepare for lean times. It established a cooperative fund where a portion of profits went into a communal chest for the mill, not for himself, but for the valley as a whole. When a farmer crop failed, when a widow needed repairs, when a child required medicine, that chest helped. It wasn't charity, it was insurance against despair, built from the understanding that a community rises and falls together. Folks came to call it the Boone Fund, and it became made as much a part of the valley legacy as the mills themselves. The valley's children reaped the greatest harvest of all. With schools thriving, new generations rose sharper than the last. Some studied law, others engineering, others medicine. Many left to chase their callers, yet most found their way back, drawn by the pull of the place that had raised them. They brought with them new ideas, new skills, new ways to strengthen what their fathers and mothers had built. One young man, trained in the city van and engineer, returned to design safer saws that cut faster but spared more wood. A young woman, schooled in numbers, improved the ledgers and taught others how to manage accounts wisely. The valley grew not that in size, but in wisdom. Still, storms never stayed far. One winter, the nation plunged into economic chaos, banks shuttering and markets collapsing. Lumber orders dried up, and merchants who once shook hands gladly now turned their backs. The valley braced itself, memories of Elias and Micah hardships echoing like distant thunder. But Thomas and Ruth had prepared. The Boone Fund opened wide, wages kept flowing, and no family went hungry. Sacrifices were made, let meat on the table, fewer luxuries in the shops, but no one was left abandoned. Other towns faltered, but Boone Valley endured, its people bound tighter by the crisis. It was during this hardship that Ruth made a decision that would shape the valley forever. She proposed creating a cooperative bank, not owned by outsiders, not at the mercy of city speculators, but built and guarded by the valley itself. With coin pooled from dozens of families, the Boone Bank opened its doors in a modest brick building, its vaults filled not with grand fortunes but with trust. Loans were given carefully, not for gambling ventures, but for farms, shops, and education. Interest was fair, contracts simple. Soon families realized they no longer needed to fear the whims of distant bankers. They had their own. The Boone Bank became the valley's shield against the storms of finance, a living extension of Elias' tobacco tin filled with nickels. The years marched forward, carrying the valley into a new century. Horses gave way to motor cars rattling along dirt roads. Oil lamps dimmed, electric lights flickered to life, and through it, Boone Valley adapted, never losing its soul. Where other communities fell prey to greed or short-sightedness, Boone Valley held to the lessons Elias and Micah had carved deep. Save steady, spend wisely, build for tomorrow, honor your people. Thomas passed quietly one autumn evening, much like Elias before him, his hands resting on a ledger he'd been reviewing by lamplight. Ruth carried on for many more years, her sharp mind guiding the valley through challenges few others could have faced. When she too left this world, the valley mourned but did not stumble. For by then, the spirit of Boone was no longer tied to one man or woman. It was woven into the fabric of every home, every field, every workshop. Old-timers sitting by their fires would nod at each other, voices gravelly with time. Elias built it, Micah held it, Thomas and Ruth carried it further, and now it ours to keep. And the young ones listening would learn, as they always had, that true fortune wasn't in chasing gold or luck. It was in the patience to build, the wisdom to protect, and the courage to share. The valley rolled into the new century with the quiet strength of an old oak tree. Motor cars sputtered down the once dusty trails, and telegraph lines buzzed with messages that could cross states faster than a horse could sprint. Boone Valley, though tucked between ridges and rivers, refused to be left behind. Where other small towns withered in the shadow of industry, the valley adapted, each generation layering new brick on top of Elias Boone's original foundation. By now, the Boone Bank had become the valley lifeline. It wasn't a grand marl building with golden columns like the city banks. It was plain brick, with sturdy iron doors and ledgers kept in neat rows. But the people trusted it if they trusted their own kin. It wasn't run by strangers who'd vanish at the first sign of trouble. It was overseen by folks whose boots carried the same dust as theirs. Farmers knew that if a crop failed, the bank wouldn't strip their land, it would grant them time. because the valley's strength depended on each family surviving. Shopkeepers borrowed small sums to expand their shelves, and mill workers opened accounts where their wages could grow steady. West on the U side in Waikana. Where other small towns withered in the shadow of industry, the valley adapted, each generation layering new brick on top of Elias Boone original foundation. By now, the Boone Bank had become the valley lifeline. It wasn't a grand marble building with golden columns like the city banks. It was plain brick, with sturdy iron doors and ledgers kept in neat rows. But the people trusted it if they trusted their own kin. It wasn't run by strangers who'd vanish at the first sign of trouble. It was overseen by folks whose boots carried the same dust as theirs. Farmers knew that if a crop failed, the bank wouldn't strip their land, it would grant them time, because the valley's strength depended on each family surviving. Shopkeepers borrowed small sums to expand their shelves, and mill workers opened accounts where their wages could grow steady. It was Elias Tobacco Tin reborn, multiplied across generations. With electricity came new opportunities. The mills, once powered by river and steam, now roared with electric saws that cut faster and safer. Workshops lit by lamps would now work long into evenings, crafting goods that reached markets further than then. A Boone-made wagon wheel might roll across plains. A Boone tay might hold suppers in distant cities, and Boone beams rose in buildings tall enough to scrape clouds. The valley name spread like smoke on the wind, no longer just whispered around campfires, but printed in catalogs and stamped in ledgers hundreds of miles away. But change always brought temptation. Outsides returned, dressed sharp, carrying briefcases and smooth words. They spoke of mergers, of consolidating Boone Valley into larger corporations that could bring modern efficiencies and greater profits. They promised factories that would employ thousands, profits that would dwarf anything the mills had seen. Some in the valley were dazzled, their eyes gleaming at the thought of wealth beyond imagining. Others were wary, remembering Elias' words about roots. The council met in the schoolhouse one stormy night, thunder rolling, weed at the heavens themselves were listening. Debates raged, progress versus tradition, expansion versus independence. An older farmer stood and pounded his fist against the wooden bench. "This valley ain't for sale," he growled. "We built it with sweat, not speculation. I won't hand my children's future to men who never dirtied their hands see it." His words echoed the spirit of Elias, and though the vote was close, the valley chose once more to remain its own master. The corporations left, frustrated, muttering that Boone Valley would regret its stubbornness. But the valley endured, steady bid always. The Great Depression struck like a sudden winter, freezing fortunes across the nation. Banks collapsed, businesses shuttered, men walked streets with hunger in their eyes. Boone Valley felt the blow too. Orders slowed. Wages stretched thin, but the Boone Bank stood firm. It had never gambled on stock buckle or risky loans. It had never forgotten that money was a servant, not a master. Families leaned on the communal fund. Neighbors shared food, and no one starved. Men who had once scoffed at the valley cautious ways now praised its wisdom. Boone legacy had once again carried his people through a storm. The war years brought yet another test. Many of the valley sons marched off to fight in distant lands, their boots leaving tracks in the dust that mothers and wives wept over. The mills shifted to produce lumber for barracks, crates, and even airplane parts. The valley worked tapes if every nail they hammered was a prayer for their boys' safe return. Women stepped into roles once reserved for men, proving their strength in workshops and offices alike. When the war ended, Boone Valley welcomed its sons back with open arms and banners strung across the streets. Many never returned, their names etched into stone memorials that stood in the town square. But the valley, scarred but unbroken, marched forward. Post-war years brought prosperity that the valley had never known. Suburbs grew in cities, and with them came demand for lumber and furniture. Boone products flowed out by the trainload, stamped with a mark that now stood for nearly a century of trust. New homes across the nation bore the valley wood, and the families who had never even heard of Elias Boone were unknowingly sheltered by his legacy. Yet even in prosperity, the valley remained humble. While other companies built flashy offices and executives bought mansions, Boone Valley invested in its people. A new hospital rose, funded by the Boone Bank careful reserves. Roads were paved, schools expanded, and scholarships created for any child with the will to study. Wealth wasn't hoarded, it was poured back into the soil, ensuring new growth each spring. Still, whispers of doubt returned. Automobiles and highways made cities closer than in. Young men and women, once content to live where their parents had, began drifting away, chasing modern dreams. Some elders worried the valley heart would hollow, but those who stayed carried the fire, teaching that while gold glittered bright in distant places, true fortune was in community, in the roots sunk deep into Boone Valley earth. Through it, campfires still burned, porches still held rocking chairs, and old voices still told the same story of a wiry man who'd saved nickels in a tin, bought a broken mill, and built a future. The world had changed beyond recognition, yet the lesson remained carved into every board. Fortune is not won in a flash, but built nail by nail, saved coin by coin, tested storm by storm. And so Boone Valley entered the modern age, its people still carrying the same stubborn grit that had carried Elias Boone from dust to legacy. By the middle of the century, Boone Valley had grown into something more than Elias could have pictured. The town square buzzed with motor cars, neon signs flickered in shop windows, and radios hummed inside homes that had once been lit only by lantern glow. Yet for all the change, the heartbeat of the place was still steady, still strong, still Boone. Folks said you could walk down Main Street with your hat tipped low, and whether you were a farmer, mill worker, banker, or teacher, you'd find a neighbor ready to shake your hand and ask after your family. That sense of belonging, of roots deeper than any fortune, was the true treasure passed down. The mills were no longer just simple lumber yards. They'd expanded into factories, producing not just raw beams, but finished goods, desks, chairs, cabinets, flooring, even prefab homes that could be shipped across the country. Boone products became a mark of quality, stamped into crates that rattled down rail lines or loaded onto trucks heading to distant cities. In advertisements and catalogs, the Boone name carried weightly, solid oak. And yet, behind the polished branding, the valley never forgot its creed: fairness, stability, and care for its people above all. When television arrived, outsiders saw the valley on screens for the first time. News reports praised the cooperative bank that had weather storms when larger banks crumbled. Magazines wrote features on the community fund that made sure no widow or orphan went without. Businessmen from far-off places visited, scratching their heads at how such a modest town could thrive without selling itself to greed. And always the answer was the same. Boone Valley had learned to measure wealth differently, not in piles of gold, but in the endurance of its people. But progress always tested tradition. As the world grew louder and faster, new industries rose that had nothing to do with lumber or craftsmanship. Electronics, plastics, imports from overseas, all of them threatened to make Boone products look outdated. Some in the valley grew restless, wondering if clinging to old ways would finally leave them behind. But the leaders of the valley, descendants of Ruth and Thomas, well as new blood shaped by the same fire, understood that Boone legacy was not about resisting change but guiding it. They opened training schools to teach trades beyond carpentry, electricians, machinists, even early computer operators. A new wing of the Boone Bank funded small businesses started by locals with fresh ideas. Some crafted radios, others repaired automobiles, others tinkered with circuits that glowed like lightning in glass. The valley didn't turn its back on the future, it welcomed it, but always on its own terms. Outsiders who tried to buy control were turned away, just as they had been in Elias' day. The valley remained its own, proud and stubborn, guided by lessons passed down campfires long before neon lights. Then came the 1970s, a decade of shifting winds. Economic recessions hit the country, inflation biting into wages. Boone Valley felt the sting, but the cooperative spirit carried it through. While other towns saw factories shutter and unemployment rise, Boone Valley tightened its belt. The Boone Fund once again opened its chest. Schools cut unnecessary costs, and families leaned on each other. In the evenings, porch lights still glowed, radios still hummed, and laughter still carried down dirt lanes. Hardship never broke the valley because hardship had always been its teacher. By the 1980s, global corporations had risen tall, casting long shadows. Plastic furniture stamped by machines overseas flooded markets at prices Boone couldn't match. Some whispered that the valley time was ending, that handcrafted wood and careful craftsmanship couldn't compete in a world chasing speed and cheapness. Yet Boone Valley leaned into what it had always known. Quality and trust endure longer than flash. While plastic chairs cracked and broke, Boone chairs lasted decades. Families handed them down to children. Contractors who had once tried the cheap imports came back swearing they'd never ed anything but Boone beams again. The valley learned that while it couldn't outpace the world in speed, it could outlast it in reliability. The cooperative bank grew further, its reach extending into investments that fueled not just mills but healthcare, education, and infrastructure. The valley built a hospital that drew patients from surrounding towns. It funded scholarships that sent local youth to universities, many of whom returned with new skills to strengthen their home. Slowly, Boone Valley became known not just as a business success, but as a model community. Scholars studied it, journalists praised it, and visitors left shaking their heads saying, it shouldn't work, but it does. Yet no success lasts without trials. The late 20th century boat floods fiercer than any in living memory, washing away roads, drowning fields, and tearing into homes. For days the valley was cut off, its people clinging to rooftops, eased water swallowed the land. When the waters finally receded, devastation lay everywhere. Barns collapsed, mills damaged, houses splintered. Some said it was the end, but Boone Valley had been hid before. Men and women rolled up sleeves, rebuilt homes together, patched roads, salvaged what they could. The Boone Fund and the bank released every reserve they had. Within 2 years, the valley stood rebuilt, stronger, with levees and safeguards that would protect against the next flood. And once again, hardship became proof of resilience. As the century turned, Boone Valley entered the digital age. Computers glowed in offices, the internet whispered through phone lines, and young folks could now see the whole world on a screen. Some feared the valley's soul would drift, that younger generations would abandon its traditions for its glittering cities. But the Boone legacy adapted once again. The bank went digital, yet kept the same fair practices. The mills modernized with computerized saws, yet held the quality standards. Schools taught coding alongside carpentry, wiring alongside woodcraft. The valley proved, that it always had, that you could hold your roots while stretching your branches towards the sky. And through every change, from nickels in a tin to online ledgers, the campfire stories endured. Old voices still told children how Elias Boone had bought a broken mill with nothing but grit and savings, how Micah Rard had carried the valley through droughts, how Ruth had built a school, how Thomas had built a fund. Each generation added its own chapter, proving that while tools and times may change, principles, discipline, honesty, resilience outlast them all. The new century dawned with the soft hum of computers and the glow of screens casting blue light in homes where once kerosene lamps had burned. Boone Valley, which had survived droughts, floods, fires, wars, and depressions, now faced trials of a different kind, challenges less visible, yet just as dangerous. The world outside was racing faster than a wild horse, powered by technology, corporations that spanned continents, and money that moved through wires instead of hands. To Vaughn, it seemed impossible that a small valley, born from a man tobacco tin of nickels, could keep pace. Yet Boone Valley had never feared the march of time. It had always known how to bend without breaking. The Boone Bank became a symbol of that adaptability. Generation of cautious stewardship had prepared it for the digital shift. While other small-town banks struggled to modernize, Boone had already invested in training, bringing back sons and daughters of the valley who had studied finance and technology in distant universities. They wired the old brick building with fiber lines, digitized the ledgers, and built an online portal that was as steady and transparent as the paper books Elias himself might have trusted. People from neighboring towns, tired of faceless banks with hidden fees, turned to Boone. What began with Community Lifeline became a regional powerhouse, all while keeping the same creed. No man's livelihood should be gambled, and every loan should build, not destroy. The mills, too, entered a new age. Automation crept into the world of lumber with machines capable of felling trees, cutting beams, and stacking planks faster than human hands could follow. Boone Valley did reject these changes, but it never allowed them to replace its people. Machines became tools, not masters. Workers were retrained into higher skills, managing software, designing products, ensuring safety. Instead of losing jobs, men and women gained new trades. The valley proved once more that progress, when guided by principle, could lift rather than crush. Globalization tested Boone Valley harder than any storm before. Cheap lumber and furniture flooded the market from overseas. The Boone name could not match their prices. Some feared the mills would shutter, the valley hollow out like so many other small towns. But Boone Valley leaned into its strength, reputation. It marketed itself not take cheap, but fed enduring. Boone built, the slogan read, stamped onto every product. Families who once bought disposable goods learned the cost of replacing them over and over, and they turned back to Boone for furniture that would outlive them. Contractors swore by Boone beams for their reliability. Homeowners treasured Boone floors that lasted generations. The valley became a niche of quality in a sea of cheapness, its roots too deep for passing trends to wash away. The younger generation faced tempting that Elias Boone would never have imagined. The lure of fast money in cities, the dream of startups and stock auctions, the glitter of careers far beyond timber or banking. Many left, chasing fortunes in glass towers. Some never returned, but many found themselves disillusioned by the coldness of corporations, by money made without meaning. And when they came back, the valley welcomed them, giving them not just work, but purpose. Some started technology firms within the valley, blending Boone's spirit with modern tools. Others became doctors, teachers, or builders, adding new strength to old roots. The early 2000s brought the test of September skies darkened by tragedy and the wars that followed. Sons and daughters of Boone Valley once again marched off under the flag, never to return. The valley mourned that it always had, but it never faltered.
Families cared for one another. The Boone Fund opened its chests, and memorials rose beside those of earlier generations. Each name etched into stone became another thread in the long tapestry of sacrifice and endurance. Then came the financial crash of 2008, a storm fiercer than many could remember. Cities crumbled under debts, fortunes vanished overnight. Banks that had seemed unshaken collapsed like rotten timbers. Boone Valley, though shaken, endured. The Boone Bank had never chased risky loans or gambled on speculation. Its money was tied to real things, homes, farms, businesses, and it had reserves set aside for storms like this. While others drowned, Boone kept its people afloat. In fact, its steady hand drew new families who had lost faith in cities. They came seeking stability, and they found it in the shadow of the mills. The valley even turned hardship into strength.
Empty storefronts from those hard years were filled with new ventures, many started by the younger generation returning home. Coffee shops, craft stores, small tech firms, and artisan workshops sprouted, supported by the same cooperative principles that had guided Boone Valley for more than a century. It was no longer just a lumber town. It had become a community of makers, thinkers, and builders of every kind. As the world entered the digital age full stride, Boone Valley found itself standing not dead a relic, but dead a martyr. Journalists wrote of Edith, the valley that defied time. Economists studied its cooperative bank. Teachers pointed to it proof that values could outlast greed. Visitors arrived, curious to see how a place built on campfire lessons and calloused hands had survived an age of screens and satellites. And when they left, they often said the same thing. Boone Valley work, bear no luck. That money without meaning is emptiness, but money with purpose builds legacies. On quiet nights, when rain tapped on tin roofs or fires snapped in hearths, the people still told the old story. They told of Elias Boone and his tin of nickels, of Micah Wurr who carried the mills through famine, of Ruth who built schools, of Thomas who built a fund, and of generations who refused to sell their roots for glitter. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations painting dusty roads, creaking mill wheels, and men who believed fortune was not in luck, but in grit. And in those moments, with the flames glowing on their faces, the spirit of Elias Boone was alive, whispering that wealth was not measured in coins, but in the strength of the world you leave behind. The 21st century rolled on, and Boone Valley, though tucked between ridges and rivers, found itself pulled into storms that stretched across the globe. The quiet traditions of porch talks, town meetings, and mill whistles now stood against forces as wide as the sky. pandemics, markets crashing and soaring overnight, and a world bound tighter by invisible wires than by railroads or highways. For a community that had been built nail by nail, coin by coin, such sweeping changes could have seemed like the end of its story. But Boone Valley had never been a place that bent easy. When the pandemic struck, the valley felt its first real test of the new century. The mills slowed, workshops closed their doors, and neighbors who had always greeted each other with firm handshakes now kept distance. The hum of daily life quieted to a hush that felt eerily like the nights after a storm, when smoke still lingered and no one yet knew what tomorrow would bring. Fear ran through the country, and Boone Valley was not spared. But fear had never ruled did for long. The Boone Bank stepped forward, paused loan collections, extending credit for families who couldn't work, ensuring that no one roof would be lost to sickness. Volunteers rose by the dozens. Young men delivering food to elders, women sewing masks, children writing letters to cheer neighbors they couldn't visit. The old creed was alive again. No one would be abandoned. The mills adapted, as they always had. Production shifted toward essential goods, wood for makeshift hospital wards, crates for medical shipments, even temporary coffins for the darkest days. Workers kept their distance, machines humming behind masks and gloves, but the work never stopped completely. And when the world began to open again, Boone Valley stood ready, its people tired but intact. Remote work and digital life swept across the country, pulling young folks away from cities and toward smaller towns. Many arrived at Boone Valley, laptops under arms, surprised to find high-speed fiber lines running through a place they had thought forgotten. They discovered more than internet connections. They discovered community. People who had grown up with noise and hurry found peace in porches, fire pits, and neighbors who waved not just out of politeness, but out of genuine care. Some stayed only a while. Others planted roots, bringing new skills and dreams into the valley soil. The Boone Bank grew into something both old and new. Its digital services spread beyond county lines, drawing in clients from towns that had lost their own banks to mergers and closures, yet it never lost its face-to-face touch. You could still walk into the brick build on Main Street, sit across from a teller you'd known since school, and know your money was safe. At the same time, young tech-minded Boone descendants built apps that carried those same values into the modern world: transparency, fairness, and trust. Customers from across the state downloaded the Boone Bank app, often unaware that its roots went back to a man saving nickels in a tin by a campfire. But with new growth came new storms. Housing demand skyrocketed, families sought refuge from crowded cities, and land prices climbed higher than in. Some locals feared the valley heart would be lost, priced out by outsiders with deep pockets. The council met in heated debates, torn between welcoming growth and protecting tradition. In the end, they chose balance. New housing developments were allowed, but under agreements that honored the valley principles: fair wages for builders, sustainable lease of land, and a portion of profits redirected into the Boone Fund. Progress came, but it came carefully, rooted in the soil of Elias Boone lessons. Climate change brought harder tests still. Summers grew hotter, storms fiercer, and the river swelled unpredictably. The flood walls built in the 20th century proved their worth, but new reinforcements had to rise. Engineers from within the valley, children once taught in its schools, returned with knowledge to design smarter levees and energy systems. The mills adopted greener practices, planting new trees for every one felled, investing in solar panels to power their saws. Some elders muttered at first, calling it unnecessary, but when they saw the valley costs drop and its forests renew, they nodded in approval. Adaptation had always been Boone's way. The younger generation, born with smartphones in their pockets, began reshaping the story in their own voices. Some launched online shops selling handcrafted Boone furniture to customers across the country. Others filmed documentaries about the valley history, sharing with millions the tale of Elias and Micah, of Ruth and Thomas, of generations who had built something stronger than steel. Tourists arrived, drawn not by neon attractions, but by authenticity. The mills adopted greener practices, planting new trees for every one felled, investing in solar panels to power their saws. Some elders muttered at first, calling it unnecessary, but when they saw the valley costs drop and its forests renew, they nodded in approval. Adaptation had always been Boone's way. The younger generation, born with smartphones in their pockets, began reshaping the story in their own voices. Some launched online shops selling handcrafted Boone furniture to customers across the country. Others filmed documentaries about the valley history, sharing with millions the tale of Elias and Micah, of Ruth and Thomas, of generations who had built something stronger than steel. Tourists arrived, drawn not by neon attractions, but by authenticity. They wanted to see the valley that had defied time, to sit at its cafes, to hear stories told by old men on benches about nickels in a tin and a mill wheel creaking to life. And through it, the fire of the story never died. On stormy nights, children still dead by firesides, listening to voices rough with age retell the legend. They heard of Elias' first gamble on a broken mill, of Micah's steadfastness in drought, of Ruth Coob, of Thomas Fund, of generations who carried their torch. Each child carried the lesson into their bones, that fortune is not quick or flashy, but steady, patient, and shared. Boone Valley entered the 2020s not as a relic, but as a beacon. While many places lost themselves chasing speed, the valley proved that roots mattered. It proved that progress could walk hand in hand with tradition, that a story begun by one man and his tin of nickels could still shape leaves 150 years later, and the fires burned. The fires burned, the rain pattered, his voices whispered truths carried across centuries. The valley stood unchanged in its heart, unshaken in its creed, unbroken in its spirit. The valley carried on into the middle years of the 21st century with the same quiet persistence it always had. Where once the sound of mill wheels and steam had defined its heartbeat, now it was the hum of servers, the low whir of solar fields, and the tapping of keyboards in workshops where craftspeople and coders worked side by side. If you walked down Main Street on a Saturday morning, you'd still see neighbors greeting each other by name, still smell fresh bread wafting from the bakery, still hear the creak of rocking chairs on porches. Time had moved forward, but Boone Valley had never let it erase its soul. The Boone Bank was now more than a regional name. Its digital system stretched across states, yet it remained stubbornly community-minded. Unlike sprawling corporations that swallowed smaller banks whole, the Boone Bank operated on the same creed passed down since Elias Boone Day. Money was a tool to build, not a weapon to exploit. Even if transactions flew across satellites and algorithms calculated credit risks, there was still a teller at the counter who knew your story, who asked after your family, who remembered when your grandfather sat on the very same bench outside. The bank had grown, but it had never forgotten it was born from a tobacco tin of saved nickels. The mills, though transformed into something far from Elias' first patched-up wheel, still thrived. They no longer cut jet beams and planks, but specialized in sustainable hardwoods, custom designs, and precision goods guided by software. Robotics played a role, but so did human hands, the touch that gave every product the Boone mark of quality. The valley had long since stopped competing with cheap imports, and it carved a different path, products built to last lifetimes, tied to a story older than the machines that shaped them. Buyers in distant cities would pay more, not just for the wood, but for the assurance that what they bought carried honesty in its grain. But the world around Boone Valley was changing faster than even the oldest dreamers could have guessed. Artificial intelligence began steering global markets. Vast corporations merged across continents, and fortunes rose and fell in the blink of a screen light. The temptation for Boone Valley to sell out grew stronger than then. Investors offered billions for its brand, promising expansion into every corner of the globe. Some younger voices whispered that the valley should take the deal, cash out, and ride the wave of wealth. Yet the elders led the community in the schoolhouse. There they had for generations, and the decision was the same as always. The valley was not for sale. Roots that deep could not be bought. Instead, Boone Valley leaned into its principles and used new tools on its own terms. Artificial intelligence wasn't shunned, it was trained to serve the valley goals. Algorithms tracked forests to ensure sustainable growth, monitored energy to cut waste, and analyzed markets to keep the mills competitive. But never did the valley hand over control. Machines were tools, where 8 axes and saws had once been. The human heart still made the choices. The greatest test came with another worldwide crisis and economic collapse that rippled out from the largest cities and left millions adrift. Digital currencies crashed, corporations folded, and many who had built fortunes in numbers that existed only on screens found themselves empty-handed overnight. Boone Valley, cautious as always, had avoided the frenzy. The Boone Bank had refused to gamble on currencies it could not touch, goods it could not see. Its reserves were real, its investments in people and land, while others floundered, Boone Valley endured. Families who had once thought the valley too slow or too small returned, seeking its steadiness. Houses filled, workshops bustled, and the population swelled, not with strangers but with kin who had forgotten what truly mattered. Climate trials worsened in those years, fires sweeping hills, floods tearing at levees, storms sounding harder each season. Boone Valley responded not with despair, but with the same grit Elias Boone had shown when a flood swept his first lumberyard away. The people built smarter defenses, relied on renewable energy, and cared for their land and carefully as they did their ledgers. Trees cut were replaced, water managed, energy stored in great solar batteries that glowed like lanterns in the night. Survival that always came not from greed but from balance. Still, the story lived. Children sitting in classrooms learned coding and science by day, but at night they knelt around fires to hear the old tale retold of a wiry man who saved nickels in a tin, who bought a ruined mill, who built not for himself but for everyone around him. Teachers told how Micah Hud carried the valley through famine, how Ruth gave it cools, how Thomas built a fund, how each generation had added its own brick to a wall that no storm could break. Some children laughed at the simplicity of it. What was a tobacco tin compared to digital ledgers? Yet they grew, they understood. It wasn't the tin that mattered. It was the discipline, the patience, the refusal to let fortune be squandered. Visitors still came, curious, sometimes skeptical. They expected a relic, a town stuck in the past. Instead, they found a place that balanced the modern with the timeless. A place where technology hummed, but values held steady. Many left with a Boone chair or desk in the back of their trucks, but all left with something less tangible. The realization that wealth built with purpose endures longer than any stock bubble or digital trend. So the valley stood, as it always had. Through drought and flood, through war and depression, through pandemics and digital storms, Boone Valley carried forward the simple creed born at a campfire. Save steady, build slow, trust deep, share wide, and the fire crackled. As the rain tapped, their voices carried that lesson into yet another century. The story remained alive. Not just of a man named Elias Boone, but of what happens when a community chooses grit over greed, patience over flash, roots over quicksilver fortune. As the years marched further, Boone Valley stood at an outlier in a world that seemed to reinvent itself every sunrise. Cities towered higher than mountains, economies spun faster than storms, and fortunes were made and lost with the flick of an algorithm. Yet the valley, though touched by others' changes, never let go of its original rhythm. It adapted, yes, it always had, but its heartbeat was steady, carried by generations who remembered that true fortune was not in speed or spectacle, but in endurance and purpose. By the middle of the century, Boone Valley had become more than a town. It was a model studied across the world. Scholars arrived with notebooks asking how a community so small had managed to weather every trial while others with greater wealth had fallen apart. They sat in the old schoolhouse, now fitted with screens and projectors, listening to farmers, bankers, and craftspeople explain the same truths Elias Boone had lived by. Save more than you spend. Don't gamble on shadows, and never forget that money is meant to serve people, not the other way around. Some of those scholars returned to their cities shaking their heads, saying such simplicity couldn't work elsewhere. Others went home determined to plant seeds of Boone Creed in their own soil. The Boone Bank grew larger still, but not in the way corporations grew. It spread carefully, opening branches in nearby towns, each one bound to the same cooperative spirit. People from places long abandoned by corporate banks found themselves drawn to it, grateful for contracts written in plain words and interest rates that didn't bleed them dry. Some of the Valley younger leaders pushed to take it national to compete with the biggest financial powers. But the council, remembering Elias' lessons, chose restraint. Better to be a strong tree than a brittle forest, they said. Growth came, but measured, like rings on oak. The mills shifted too. By now, much of the valley land had been turned toward sustainable forestry. Entire hills were replanted with trees, monitored by satellites to ensure balance. The products they crafted had changed well. No longer just tables or beams, they built modular homes engineered to withstand storms and conserve energy. These homes were shipped to disaster zones across the country, providing shelter where it was needed most. And with each one came the boon mark, not just a symbol of wood, but of reliability, of community standing behind every nail. Getter and grew and passed, each adding their own chapter to the story. Some valleys crumble when their young leave, but Boone Valley had always known how to call them home. Many who left for the wider world returned with new skills. Engineers who designed flood defenses, doctors who opened clinics, teachers who filled classrooms. They came back not docked for work, but because they remembered what it felt like to be part of something rooted deeper than profit. The valley didn't chain them, it welcomed them back, letting them carry the torch forward. Still, the future brought storms fiercer than any before. Climate upheaval turned skies unpredictable, with fires, floods, and droughts hitting harder each year. Boone Valley answered with preparation. Solar farms spread across the hillsides, wind turbines turned where cattle once grazed, and rainwater was captured in vast reservoirs. Some outsiders mocked, saying the valley was clinging to old-fashioned principles dressed in new glows. But when glow systems faltered, when blackouts rolled across cities, when supply chains broke, the valley stood lit, fed, and strong. It was not luck, it was foresight, born of a creed that had never changed. In time, Boone Valley became less a hidden gem and more a beacon. Families from across the nation moved there, drawn not by wealth alone, but by the promise of stability and trust. The valley grew, but it grew true, each new voice adding to the chorus rather than drowning it out. Schools expanded, hospitals flourished, and cultural halls rose, celebrating not just the story of Boone, but the stories of all who had joined since. The town square still held its statue of Elias Boone, not cast in marble grandeur, but carved in wood, simple and strong. Stood with his tin in one hand, a plank in the other, watching over a people who had never let his dream die. The elders still fed children by fires, even in a world of endless screens and lights. The fire might burn in a backyard pit or glow from a virtual gathering, but the story was told the say of Elias saving nickels, of Micah enduring famine, of Ruth and Thomas guiding education and funds, of generations who turned hardship into strength. Yet each time, the children came the same question. How did they do it? The answer was always the same, with patience, grit, and the refusal to give up when storms came. Boone Valley entered its third century not that a relic of the past, but that a living example of how wealth could be used rightly. In an age when fortunes rose and fell with dizzying speed, the valley proved that what lasts is not the glitter of numbers, but the steady hands of people bound together. The world had changed beyond measure, but the valley heart was unchanged. Its mills hummed, its bank thrived, its people lived not in fear, but in confidence, knowing their strength came not from chance, but from the creed passed down across time. And so the story stretched onward, the endless the firelight dancing against the night. Boone Valley endured, not because it chased fortune, but because it built it nail by nail, coin by coin, generation by generation. By the time Boone Valley crossed into its third century, it was no longer just a town on a map. It had become a living heritage, a place where history and future met in the same streets. Children grew up learning not only their letters and sums, but also the story of Elias Boone and the creed he left behind. They studied science and engineering, but just carefully, they studied how to balance a ledger, how to save for storms, how to remember that fortune was meant to serve, not to enslave. In a world where most communities were swept by the winds of fashion and speculation, Boone Valley was an anchor. The Boone Bank had grown into a network, its services stretching far beyond the valley, yet its code never wavered. No matter how many branches opened or how advanced the technology became, every contract was still written with clarity, every loan waived not just in numbers but in lives. Young bankers trained under the old ones, not done in how to run accounts, but in how to sit across from a farmer with dirt under his nails and understand the weight of his requests. No machine could teach that, no algorithm could replace it. It was human, stubborn, and unshaken. And that was why, while other institutions collapsed under greed or overreach, Boone Bank only grew stronger with time. The mills had changed too. By then, they looked less like sawdust-covered yards and more like gleaming facilities, blending robotics with tradition. Precision machines carved beams with accuracy Elias could not have dreamed. Yet human hands still touched each setted, ensuring that the Boone mark meant something. Over the years, they expanded beyond wood into new materials, composites, recycled fibers, even experimental blends. But no matter the medium, the rule remained. It must last, it must serve, and it must bear the weight of honesty. Customers across the world ordered Boone goods, not because they were cheap, but because they were steady. In an age of throwaway things, steadiness had become a rare treasure, but growth brought trials of its own. Boone Valley had once been a secret, but now it was known across the nation, even across oceans. Tourists arrived, nailed with reverence, others with a hunger to profit. Corcoran circled like hawks, offering partnerships, mergers, buyouts that would have made the valley people richer than they could imagine. The offers grew so large that younger voices began to wonder if perhaps the time had come to cash out, to trade legacy for luxury. But the council left it dead. They had since Elias' day, in the schoolhouse that had grown into a grand hall. They argued long into the night, listening to both sides. In the end, the decision echoed across the centuries. Boone Valley was not for sale. Its worth was not measured in offers, no matter how high. Its worth was in its people, its story, its roots. Technology crept deeper into every part of life. Artificial intelligence wrote reports, designed machines, even negotiated trade agreements in the wider world. But in Boone Valley, machines remained tools. They could calculate faster, cut straighter, predict markets with uncanny accuracy, but they did not decide. The people did. Farmers still walked their fields, bankers still looked neighbors in the eye, teachers still spoke to children in person, their words carrying the weight of generation.
The Valley adopted what was useful, but it never let go of its human heart. And because of that, when systems elsewhere failed, when algorithms made cold decisions that ruined lives, Boone Valley endured with trust unbroken. The land itself was cared for with equal devotion. The forests that had once been nearly stripped bare were now carefully managed, replanted each season, tended like gardens. Hillsides gleamed with rows of new growth, streams ran clearer than they had in 100 years, and wildlife returned in numbers not seen since before Elias bought that ruined mill. The valley had learned that fortune without steward dirt is folly. Wealth must not consume the soil it grows from. In this, Boone Valley became a leader, its practices studied and imitated far beyond its borders. Generation born into a world of satellites and space travel still carried the same traditions.
They might attend school through digital screens or work jobs that sent them to distant cities. But when they came home for holidays, they sat at fires, listened to the stories, and remembered. Some rolled their eyes in youth, but later, when storms of life came upon them, they understood. They heard Elias' words in their grandparents' voices: save steady, build slow, weather the storm. And they passed it on again, a cycle that sure the river flow. Visitors often remarked that Boone Valley felt like stepping into another time, though it had all the trappings of the present. The truth was simpler. It wasn't a place behind time, but a place that had carried its values forward, refusing to drop them even as the world sprinted ahead. It wasn't nostalgia. It was steadfast. And in an age of uncertainty, that steadiness shone like gold. The people of Boone Valley knew they weren't invincible. They faced floods, recessions, wildfires, pandemics, and the constant pull of a changing world. But they had a habit of turning each trial into another ring on the tree, another lesson, another story to tell. They carried their fortune not in vaults or numbers, but in resilience. And so long a child somewhere in the valley sat by a fire and listened to the tale of Elias Boone and his tin of nickels, the spirit of the place could not be broken. And then the night stretched and the fire crackled. As rain tapped the rooftops and the people sat shoulder to shoulder, they knew the truth. Boone Valley would outlast them all, not because of luck, but because it was built on the slow, patient work of hands and hearts bound together across centuries. As centuries stacked one upon another, Boone Valley became less a town and more a legend carried on the wind. Maps changed, nations shifted, economies rose and collapsed like waves against a cliff, but the valley remained steady. What had begun with a man saving nickels in a tin had turned into a way of life so deeply rooted that no storm of history could wash it away. By then, children learned the tale of Elias Boone not in schoolhouses but in history lessons across the land. Scholars taught him a founder of a philosophy, a man who proved that wealth could be built slow, steady, and true. But to the people of the valley, he was still this Elias, the wiry fellow with grit in his teeth and fire in his belly, whose shadow still stretched across every porch and field. Boone Bank had by then transformed into something almost unrecognizable in shape, but not in spirit. It operated across states, even across oceans, yet its heart remained in the same valley where it had been born. Digital ledgers replaced paper, satellites carried signals, but the principles were unchanged. No loan was given without care, no contract written without clarity. Men and women in faraway cities who had never set foot in the valley trusted the Boone name, because it had never broken its word in 3 centuries. Some called it old-fashioned, others taught it miraculous, but those who lived under its protection knew it was simpler than that. It was discipline, passed from hand to hand, never allowed to waver. The mills endured too, though they had changed their face many times. Where once sawdust filled the air and the creak of wheels echoed across the river, now the work was quiet, precise, guided by machines so advanced they could carve patterns invisible to the naked eye. Yet even in that world, human eyes inspected every beam. Human hands ran across the grain to feel for honesty. Products bearing the Boone mark found their way into homes and towers across the globe. They were not the cheapest, never had been, but they were trusted. A Boone product meant permanence in a world drowning in disposables. Families passed down Boone tables and chairs the way they once passed down stories, objects that outlived generations. The valley itself had grown, spreading along the ridges, filling with homes, schools, and halls of learning. Universities stood but once there had been only one-room schoolhouses, teaching not your trades but philosophy, economics, and sciences, all grounded in Boone creed. Scholars came from across the world to study there, marveling at how a philosophy born from hardship could shape a thriving community centuries later. Some left time to copy it in their own lands, some failed, because they tried to take the fruit without planting the roots. University products bearing the Boone mark found their way into homes and towers across the globe. They were not the cheapest, never had been, but they were trusted. A Boone product meant permanence in a world drowning in disposables. Families passed down Boone tables and chairs the way they once passed down stories, objects that outlived generations. The valley itself had grown, spreading along the ridges, filling with homes, schools, and halls of learning. Universities stood but once there had been only one-room schoolhouses, teaching not your trades but philosophy, economics, and sciences, all grounded in Boone creed. Scholars came from across the world to study there, marveling at how a philosophy born from hardship could shape a thriving community centuries later. Some left time to copy it in their own lands, some failed, because they tried to take the fruit without planting the roots. Others succeeded, but when they accepted the truth that Boone Valley had always known, you cannot shortcut trust, you cannot hurry discipline, you cannot buy resilience. It must be grown, season by season, storm by storm. The world around the valley leapt forward into heights Elias could never have imagined. Machines flew without pilots, ships crossed oceans in days, voices traveled instantly across continents. Some people lived lives surrounded by virtual illusions, wealth counted in numbers that had no physical weight. Many communities were hollowed out by the pace, emptied of their peoples, left behind by the tides of progress. But Boone Valley remained full, alive, because it had chosen a different rhythm. It had never tried to chase the fastest horse. It had simply kept walking, steady, step after step, and in the end, it outlasted the race. New challenges came, as they always had. Climate brought storms fiercer than then. Markets still collapsed. Wars flared. Boone Valley bore the brunt of them, might every other place. But it did not shatter. Its flood walls were strong, its reserves deep, its people bound to one another by more than convenience. When food was scarce, they shared. When money was thin, they leaned on the fund. When fire swept the hills, they rebuilt together. And when the world asked how they had endured, their answer was the same one Elias himself would have given. We never stopped saving, never stopped building, never stopped trusting each other. As time passed, Boone Valley became a pilgrimage of sorts. People traveled there not for riches, but for wisdom. They walked the streets where Elias had once lay bathed. They sat in the hall where Ruth and Thomas had debated. They gazed upon the river where the first wheel had creaked to life. They listened to locals tell the story around fires, their voices slow and steady, carrying words that had outlived centuries. Some left unchanged, some left inspired, but out left knowing they had touched something rare, a living legacy that proved fortune could be made without greed, wealth could be shared without loss, and progress could be bound to principle. The elders still spoke at gatherings, their voices gravelly but strong. We are not rich because of what we own, they said. We are rich because we endure. We are not proud because of what we've built, but because of how we've built it. And when we are gone, our children will say the same, and their children after them. In that way, Boone Valley became not yet a town, not yet a model, but a story carved into the bones of humanity. And Long Iron stories are told by firelight, and rain still falls on tin roofs. That story will never die. Rain turned at the seasons, and Boone Valley remained a steady mark on the landscape of history. By now, the world round it had grown so advanced that men and women could send machines into the stars. Cities glowed brighter than daylight, and fortunes changed hands faster than the blink of an eye. And yet in the quiet folds of that valley, the story continued much the same. Children learned by firelight. Elders reminded them of Elias Boone and his tin of nickels, and the mills, though changed 100 times over, still carried the same heartbeat. The Boone Bank, once a small-town safeguard, had become an institution studied in every corner of the globe. Economists scratched their heads at how it endured when empires of finance collapsed, at how it expanded without devouring, at how it earned loyalty not through force but through trust. They faded the Boone model, and it was taught in universities from one ocean to the other. If you asked an old banker sitting behind the counter in the Valley Original branch, they'd only shrug and say, we don't forget what money's for. Even with satellites buzzing overhead and transactions moving at the speed of thought, the heart of the matter was still the same. Money had to serve people, not rule them. The mills, too, had transformed into something both ancient and new. What had once been water wheels and sawdust had become smart factories humming with energy drawn from sun, wind, and river alike. Their products no longer only furnished homes. They built habitats for disaster zones, shelters for refugees, structures that carried Boone timber and Boone composites into every corner of the world. And still, stamped into each one was the mark that had outlived centuries. Families who lived thousands of miles away might not know the valley, but they knew that mark meant strength, honesty, and durability. The valley itself had changed shape many times. Where once it had been fields and small homes, it had grown into a thriving hub with schools, libraries, hospitals, theaters, and digital halls where ideas flowed bead freely they water. Yet no matter how large it grew, no matter how modern its skyline became, there was always the square at its heart, always the statue of Elias Boone carved from wood, always the reminder that everything came from a man who had saved coins in a tin and seen possibility where others saw ruin. People still read there on anniversaries, still told the story, still reminded themselves of what it meant. Some said the valley had become more myth than place, but those who lived there knew better. Real, solid, tested by storm after storm, and still standing. Fires still threatened, floods still rose, markets still collapsed, and yet Boone Valley endured each one. The reason was never mystery. It was the creed: save carefully, invest wisely, build slow, and care for your people. Rain had lived and died by that creed, and each time it had proven stronger than any hardship. Visitors came from across the world to see it. They walked its streets, sat in its halls, listened to its stories. Some came out of curiosity, others in desperation, hoping to carry a spark of Boone wisdom back to their broken towns. And while many failed to transplant it, a few succeeded, planting small seeds that grew steady in new soil. Boone Valley had become not dead a place, but a teacher, an example of how fortune could be more than fleeting numbers. It could be a foundation, a legacy. The children of the valley, even in an age of lights and machines beyond Elias' imagination, still grew up with the same lessons. They might learn coding and spacefaring sciences by day, but at night they sat at firesides and heard the story. They rolled their eyes in youth thinking it old-fashioned, but as soon as they faced their own storms, the truth of it returned to them. They remembered that wealth is not speed, not glitter, not risk. It is patience, grit, and trust. And so the story lived on in their choices, in the way they ran businesses, in the way they raised families, in the way they cared for the land and one another. Boone Valley became a kind of anchor in a world on adrift, as other places rushed ahead, chasing every new fortune and abandoning their roots. The valley proved that progress and tradition could walk hand in hand. It was never the richest, never the flashiest, but it was steady, and in the long run, steady always outlasts fast. And so, as the fire crackled and rain tapped gently on tin roofs, the valley people leaned back in their chairs and listened once more to the story. They heard of Elias Boone and his mill, of Micah Carr who weathered their famine, of Ruth and Thomas who built school and funds, of every generation who had carried the torch. They knew their own names would one day be added to the tale, and that children yet unborn would whisper their deeds by firelight. That was the true wealth of Boone Valley, not in coins or numbers, but in the unbroken chain of stories, each one a reminder that fortune, when built with patience and honesty, can outlast centuries. Time has a way of sanding down the sharp edges of history until what left feels like legend. Boone Valley had walked that line for generations, a place that was both real and myth, both a town of flesh and blood people, and a story passed from mouth to mouth like an heirloom. By now, centuries had piled atop Elias Boone's first gamble, and yet his name was spoken with the same weight as it had been in the days of sawdust and river wheels. Children no longer knew what it meant to live without electricity or screens, yet they knew the image of a wiry man with a tin of nickels, standing before a broken mill and seeing not ruin but a beginning. The world outside had grown unrecognizable. Nations rose and fell. Economies leapt forward into digital abstractions. Machines worked fields of Eve once men had sweated under the sun, and even the stars themselves were no longer out of reach. Colonies far beyond Earth carried people with Boone blood in their veins, men and women who remembered stories told by their grandparents of a valley that taught them resilience. And even there among stars they carried with them the lessons of Elias Boone: save, build, endure. 3 words whispered across centuries carried farther than he could have dreamed. The Boone Bank had grown into something vast, but it never became what others feared. It did not become a faceless empire. It did not devour. It remained what it had always been: a caretaker. Its ledgers stretched across planets now, yet every account still tied back to the same creed that had once been written in a small ledger under lamplight. Families trusted it, businesses built with it, communities thrived because of it. Economists marveled, asking how such an end could survive in an age where trust was rare and greed ruled. But the answer was the same it had always been. It survived as it never abandoned its people. The mills had changed shape so completely that Elias himself would have recognized them, but their soul was the same. They no longer cut oak wood, they processed materials unimaginable in his day: alloys, composites, sustainable synthetics. They built structures that stood in storm-scarred lands, in cities rebuilt after disaster, in colonies where human hands carved new homes from barren soil, and still each carried the Boone mark. That mark was more than a brand. It was a promise, one that had outlasted wars, depressions, floods, and centuries. The valley itself remained, nestled between its ridges, green and fertile. Though the world had shifted around it, the people had never abandoned their soil. They had expanded, adapted, built schools that now doubled dead universities and research halls, hospitals that trained doctors sent across the globe, and community halls where debates were still held the old way, with neighbors speaking face to face, voices rising and falling like waves. They had adopted every tool the modern world offered, but never at the cost of forgetting where they came from. And that balance, that refusal to trade roots for speed, was what set them apart. Every generation faced its doubts. There were always those who asked whether the valley should finally sell, whether it should take its wealth and fling it into the wider world to become something greater. And every time the council led, and the debate raged, and the decision was the same. We are already great, they said, not in the measure of numbers, but in the measure of endurance. No enough, no matter how tempting, could outweigh that truth. The storms of climate still battered the land. Fire-swept ridges, floods surged down valleys, storms tore at the levers. Yet the people rebuilt, always together. Their defenses grew smarter, their systems stronger, but the true strength was always their bond. When roofs were torn away, neighbors nailed them back. When fields were washed out, families shared their harvest. When money grew thin, the Boone Fund opened once again. That cycle had been unbroken for 300 years, and it showed no signs of faltering. Visitors who came expecting to find a relic left instead with awe. They saw a community that was modern, yet timeless. They saw children coding programs by day and listening to firelit stories by night. They saw bankers who knew every customer by name, even in an age when accounts stretched across the stars. They saw builders crafting products with both machine precision and human care. And they left whispering that Boone Valley had discovered something the world had forgotten, the secret of slow, patient human wealth. But still the story was told. Old voices cracked but steady, young ears wide and eager, fires glowing against the dark. They heard about Elias Boone and his 10 of nickels, Micah Hoare and the drought, Ruth and the schools, Thomas and the fund, and every generation that had carried the torch. They heard how wealth was never luck, never speed, never chance. It was work, patience, and grit. They heard how storms had come and gone, how the world had shifted 100 times, and yet the valley endured. In that telling, Boone Valley became something more than a place. It became a way of thinking, a way of living, a philosophy as eternal as the turning of the seasons. And then Longman's one voice carried that story into the night. Along the rain tapped against tin roofs and fires burned against the dark. The valley would never die.
Reading up movements, it was hard to believe wealth was not a prize to be won, but a foundation to be built.
As centuries rolled onward, Boone Valley grew into something more than geography. Maps rocked its location, yes, but in the minds of many, it was less a place than a parle. People who had never laid eyes on its ridges or felt its river spray spoke of it as though it were a myth from long ago. A story of how one man's steady hand and stubborn will had planted a creed so strong it survived long after his bones had turned to dust. And in truth, the line between fact and fade had grown thin, but the people who lived there, whose boots walked its soil each day, knew it was no dream. The valley was real ere the rain, and its endurance came not from magic, but from discipline. Boone Bank, by now, was older than most nations. It had outlasted monarchies, weathered the rise and fall of economies, survived wars, plagues, and the collapse of systems thought indestructible. And yet it still kept its headquarters in the same brick building on Main Street, where a portrait of Elias Boone hung on the wall. Visitors came in from across the world, it expecting marble halls and golden ceilings. Instead, they found wood floors polished by centuries of footsteps, desks arranged in simple rows, and tellers who smiled and taught customers by name. The bank reach was vast, accounts spread across continents, satellites and digital chains carried its transactions, but its spirit remained small-town, human, and trustworthy. In an age where money could disappear into shadows and reappear in flashes of numbers, Boone Bank was steady, visible, tangible. That was its strength. The mills had changed form so many times that they no longer resembled the water-driven wheels Elias had coaxed back to life. By now, they were clean, humming facilities run on renewable power and watched over by sensors and satellites. They crafted materials stronger than steel yet lighter than wood, homes capable of surviving storms, habitats for communities beyond Earth. Yet each latest still bore the Boone seal, and that seal still meant something. Families ordered Boone goods not because they were cheapest, but because they were certain. In a world where so much was fleeting, where most things were designed to be disposable, the Boone name promised longevity. And that promise, more than anything, was what kept the mills alive. The valley itself had grown, its population numbering in the tens of thousands, yet its heart had not shifted. The council still met in the schoolhouse, though it was now larger, wired with technology, and capable of broadcasting its debates to anyone who wished to listen. Decisions were still made slowly, carefully, with voices heard and votes counted. And when outsiders laughed at how long it took Boone Valley to act, the people always smiled. Haste is for gamblers, they said. We build for centuries, not for headlines. That patience, mocked by many, was the very reason they had endured. New storms came, and they always did. Climate swings rattled the land. Wars erupted far beyond their borders. Economic crashes swept across the globe. But Boone Valley met each one that it always had by leaning on its people. When shortages struck, families shared food. When markets froze, the Boone Fund opened its chest. When disasters toppled homes, neighbors built them back. It was never easy, no storm that is, but the valley's strength had always been in its togetherness. And each trial only added another ring to its tree, another story for elders to tell by the fire. By now, pilgrims came from distant lands just to walk Boone streets. Some came seeking secrets, hoping to learn how to make their own towns endure. Others came out of reverence, wishing only to see the birthplace of a legend. They knelt before Elias Boone's wooden statue, touched the worn surface polished by countless hands, and whispered prayers not to a saint but to a man who had once lived like any other, save for his grit. Some went home disappointed, realizing there was no magic here. Others left pretending that the secret was not hidden. It was plain day. It was patience, sacrifice, honesty, and the refusal to quit. The children of the valley still learned the story of their first lesson. Before numbers, before letters, they heard of Elias Ten, of Nichols, of Micah Endurance, of Ruth Schools, of Thomas Fund, of every generation that had carried the torch. At night, they sat in circles, their faces lit by firelight or by the soft glow of electric lamps, listening to voices aged by time repeat the tale. They may have laughed, may have rolled their eyes, but when they grew older and faced storms of their own, they always returned to it. The creed had a way of sticking, of living in bones even when forgotten in the mind. And when those same children became elders, they told the story again, the cycle unbroken. Beyond the valley, people began to speak of Boone Valley Eve if it were more than human. Some called it a miracle, others a myth. But the truth known to those who lived there was simple. It had not survived by luck. It had not thrived by magic. It had endured because it never betrayed its roots. Wealth was saved, not squandered. Progress was embraced, but never at the cost of people. And community was always the heart. That was the secret, and it was no secret at all. And so, on nights when storms rattled the roofs and rain tapped steady against the windows, the valley people leaned back in their chairs and listened once more. They heard the tale of a man who had nothing, who built something, and who left behind not riches, but resilience. And they knew the fire flickered low, that the story was not over. For so long and one voice told that. So long and one bore the Boone seal. So long and one child saved their first coin with care. Boone Valley would never end. Boone Valley lived on. Not death of a community of wood and stone, but that a story woven into the very fabric of human memory. Generation stacked upon generations until Elias Boone himself seemed as distant as the first settlers who crossed plains, and yet his name remained on every tongue. He was not remembered as a conqueror, not as a man who struck sudden gold or rode into fortune on a bad luck. He was remembered as the one who saw wealth and patience, who saw a future in a broken mill, and who planted roots deeper than any storm would reach. By this time, the valley had long outgrown the narrow ridges that cradled it. Its influence stretched across continents and even into settlements far beyond Earth. Colonists who built lives under alien suns built with them Boone Creed. They printed his story in their schools, carved his likeness in their halls, and told their children about the wiry man with dust in his pockets who had proved that fortune would be steady instead of fleeting. And in those new lands, far removed from the valley soil, the lessons still worked. Communities that followed Boone's model endured what others failed. They saved carefully, built together, invested not for greed but for growth. And when storms of a new world tested them, they bent but did not break. Back in the valley itself, the heart of things remained unchanged. The Boone Bank was older than memory, its record spanning centuries, yet it still held to the same creed. Its digital networks connected millions, but its foundation was still the old brick hall on Main Street, where a teller might still lean forward and say, "How your family doing?" before counting a deposit. To outsiders it seemed quaint, but to those within, It was the code of trust, and trust in any century was rarer than gold. The mills, once filled with sawdust and sweat, had become cathedrals of industry, clean, efficient, and sustainable. They produced not only timber and furniture, but materials designed to endure in the harshest climates, even beyond Earth. Their mark appeared in places Elias Boone could never have imagined. Beams supporting habitats on foreign soil, shelters built after cosmic storms, furniture carried by families who whispered stories of the valley while sitting at tables thousands of miles away. And though distance stretched the story thin, the mark always tied back to the same roots: honesty, endurance, quality. The valley itself became a beacon not only of commerce but of culture. Its schools grew into great academies, teaching not only letters and numbers but also the philosophy of Boone, that fortune is responsibility, not indulgence. Pilgrims came not for riches but for wisdom. They walked the same paths Elias had walked, sat by the same river, and listened to the locals tell the story in voices made soft by firelight. They left carrying more than memories. They left carrying a way to live.
But even legends faced trials. The world out was turbulent, full of empires that rose and fell, of wealth made in sudden sparks and lost just as fast. Boone Valley was always tested by the temptation to abandon its roots. Each generation was given chance to sell, to merge, to chase quicker fortunes. Each time the debate raged in the council hall. Some argued for expansion, for glory, for wealth beyond imagining. But in the end, the vote always carried the same way: stay true. Not because they feared change, but because they had seen too what happened to those who traded discipline for speed. Empires collapsed, fortunes evaporated. Boone Valley endured. As the centuries passed, the valley became less a town and more a parable. Travelers from across worlds spoke of it as though it were a legend, like Troy or El Dorado.
Yet it was no ruin, no ghost. It was still alive, still breathing, still raising children who learned their first lessons not from screens, but from the tale of a man who saved nickels in a tin. And though the world spun faster than Elias could have imagined, the valley kept the same rhythm, slow, steady, enduring. And when storms came, be they economic crashes, climate upheavals, or wars fought light years away, the valley creed carried it through. People leaned on one another, shared food, shared homes, shared burdens. Wealth was not hoarded. It was put to work, just as Elias had once done when he poured his savings into a broken mill. And each time the valley came out stronger. Its people reminded once more why they had survived when others had fallen. Children, still dead by firelight, though sometimes the fire was a hologram or a glowing screen. They listened to elders whose voices carried across centuries, telling them of Elias Boone, of Micah Harr, of Ruth and Thomas, of all who had carried the torch. And as they listened, they realized that the story was theirs now. They were the next link in the chain, the next guardians of a legacy that had already outlived storms, wars, and time itself. In this way, Boone Valley became eternal, not because it was untouched by change, but because it had never abandoned its code. At its long ends there were people willing to sit by a fire, to save a coin, to build with patience, and to share their fortune with others. Boone Valley would never truly die. It would live on in story, in principle, in every act of quiet endurance.
The march of time carried humanity so far beyond the world Elias Boone had known that even the stars themselves became resting places for his descendants. Empires of trade stretched across planets. Fortunes were counted not in gold or paper, but in data streams and energy credits. And entire civilizations rose and fell in the span of a few generations. Yet through it, Boone Valley endured, sometimes quiet, sometimes overlooked, but always steady, always unbroken. To that, it became a curiosity, to others, a relic. Yet to many, a legend so strong that even when people doubted whether the valley still existed, they spoke of it with reverence. By now, the valley name was spoken in the same breath as folklore, yet it was never dead. Travelers still made pilgrimages to walk its streets, to sit by the old statue of Elias Boone carved in wood so many centuries old.
The statue had been replaced many times. The original long since returned to dust. But always the likeness was kept simple. A lean man, one man holding a small tin, the other resting on a plank of wood. No grandeur, no hero armor, just a reminder that greatness begins with the smallest of acts. Pilgrims touched that statue for luck, though the valley elders reminded them that Elias had never believed in luck. What he believed in was grit, The Boone Bank was by then woven into the economic systems of entire worlds. It was no longer just a financial institution. It was a philosophy made real. Its codes and practices had been replicated in countless communities, but none had matched the purity of the original. For while other banks had taken Boone ideas and dressed them in efficiency, Boone Bank remained stubbornly human. These proved, even in a time when artificial intelligences ran glow markets, Boone insisted on human eyes and human judgment. Outsiders mocked it being inefficient until crashes and collapses struck elsewhere while Boone clients remained safe. The creed still worked. No gambling, no shadows, only steady growth tied to real people and real work. The mills, too, had changed into something that Elias would never have recognized, and yet he would have understood them all the same. They no longer carved only wood, but built modular shelters for colonies, created sustainable structures for cities, and engineered materials designed to endure centuries. They were no longer just mills, they were the backbone of resilience wherever they shipped their goods. The Boone seal, once burned into planks of oak, was now etched into composites and alloys, but it carried the same meaning strength you could trust.
And so long as that mark existed, Elias Boone's story lived on.
The valley itself had grown into a cultural landmark. Universities there attracted scholars from across the stars, eager to study the Boone model, not only in economics, but in philosophy and ethics. The valley taught not numbers, but a way of life. That fortune without discipline collapses, that wealth without purpose corrupts, and that communities rise only when they lift each other. Many who studied there returned to their own worlds to plant the same seeds. Some failed because they treated Boone Creed like a tool rather than a truth. Others succeeded, building small Boones of their own, places where trust grew deeper than profit. But for all its reach, the valley itself never lost its smallness. Families still fed on porches, fires still burned on rainy nights, elders still told children the same tale, though by now the story was so old it seemed like myth. They spoke of Elias Boone, of Micah Card, of Ruth and Thomas, of generations who had faced storms and endured. They spoke of the tin of nickels, of the mill wheel creaking back to life, of floods and famines and fires that could not break them. And the children, though they lived in a world filled with wonders beyond imagining, listened with wide eyes, for in that story they recognized something timeless, the truth that wealth is not built in the instant, but over lifetimes. In time, the valley became something like a pilgrimage site. People who had no roots there came only to hear the story told in its home. They carried it away, spread it like seed, told it to their children by fires light years away. In this way, Boone Valley became more than itself. It became folklore. Some believed it had always been a myth. Others swore they had walked its streets, touched its soil, seen its mills, and perhaps that was the point. It didn't matter whether the listener believed in the place itself. What mattered was the creed, and that creed was seeds indestructible of the human spirit. The storms of time would continue, empires rise, economies fall, worlds change. Boone Valley might one day fade from maps, its people scattered, its buildings turned to ruins, but the story would die. Because as long as someone saved a coin with care, as long as someone built steady instead of fast, as long as someone chose trust over greed, Elias Boone Valley would live again. Not in that patch of land between the ridges, but in every heart that remembered the fire, the rain, the voice telling the story. And so, in the end, Boone Valley became more than a town, more than a model, more than even a legend. It became a truth told around campfires, whispered in classrooms, printed in books, etched into memory. That fortune is not chance, not luck, not flash. It is patience, it is honesty, it is grit. It is shared as ages turn, that pages in a book too vast for any one hand to hold. Boone Valley slipped further from the realm of fact into the soft twilight of memory. The ridges still rose, the river still carved its path, and families still walked its fields, but to the wider world it became something whispered rather than written. Pilgrims still came, tracing roads older than themselves, but they came less for proof and more for faith. The story had outgrown the soil that birthed it, and now it lived in the marrow of humanity itself, retold in voices that had never set foot in the valley. Scholars debated whether Elias Boone had been real. Some argued he was nothing but a composite of old pioneers, his story polished by time until it gleamed brighter than truth. Others produced faded records, brittle ledgers, and worn coins that bore his name, insisting he is real as the rivers he once tamed. Yet for most, it no longer mattered. The lesson of Elias Boone was larger than his bones.
Was the story of human endurance itself. The tale of a man who started with nothing but dust in his pockets and a will in his chest, and who proved that fortune could be built one coin, one plank, one act of honesty at a time. The Boone Bank still operated, though its form was so vast and intricate that no single mind would hold its entirety. Its system stretched across networks of planets, its influence reaching billions. Yet at its heart it still carried the creed, no speculation, no shadows, only steady building. In a time when fortunes were conjured and destroyed in the blink of an eye, Boone stood steady, but it always had. Some voted old-fashioned, others called it primitive, but when markets collapsed and empires buckled, Boone accounts remained stable. To its clients scattered across stars, the name Boone meant safety.
To its caretakers, it meant responsibility. The mills, too, had transformed beyond recognition. They no longer cut oak wood, they shaped the very structures of human living habitats that could endure hostile worlds, shelters that could spring up overnight in disaster zones, even constructs that carried life beyond Earth cradle. Yet even in the marvels, the Boone seal remained, etched in alloys and composites, a small but eternal promise. This will last. That was still the mark meant, and it needed to me. The valley itself, though, remained stubbornly simple. Its people had never left entirely, though many had spread across the cosmos. They returned often, their children and grandchildren in tow, to sit in the square, to see the statue, to hear the story told that it first began.
Fires still burned on rainy nights, though the fires might be artificial. Their light cast by machines instead of wood, but the effect was the same. Families leaned close, rain pattered steady on rooftops, and voices told the tale once again. Elias Boone, Micah Ard, Ruth, Thomas, their names rolled like scripture. Their deeds remembered as though they had happened yesterday. Children asked the same questions they had asked for centuries. Was it true? Did a man really save nickels in a tin and turn them into a fortune that outlasted ages? The elders answered as they always had. The truth of the story is not in proof, but in practice. By then, Boone Valley was less a place than a symbol. It represented the idea that wealth was not fleeting, that trust was not naive, that endurance was possible even in a universe of constant change.
Some spoke of it if it were paradise, a place untouched by time. Others swore it was a real valley, with mud, rain, and hard work, where people simply lived by rules that most had forgotten. And maybe it was both, a real place that had become a myth, because it had outlasted so much. In taverns on distant worlds, men raised glasses and told the Boone story as though it were a theft. In classrooms orbiting alien suns, teachers used the Boone model lead the basis for their lessons. In songs sung by travelers, Elias Boone was a figure of legend, his name placed beside kings and warriors, though he himself had never fought battles or worn a crown. His battle was with despair, with poverty, with chaos, and he had won not through strength of arms, but through patience. And still, the valley endured.
Though many who came searching for it thought they found only stories. Those who stayed knew it was real. They worked the land, saved their coins, built with care, trusted their neighbors, and in doing so they carried Elias Boone forward once more. They proved that the valley was not confined to ridges or rivers. The valley was wherever the creed was kept alive. So it came to be that Boone Valley was both legend and reality, a myth whispered around fires light years away, and a patch of earth where rain still fell and families still lived. Its truth was not measured in maps, but in the hearts of those who carried it, and in that way it could never die. Because as long as someone somewhere believed that fortune could be built slow, steady, and honest, Boone Valley lived on.
The story of Boone Valley stretched so far across time that no one could say for certain where history ended and myth began. There were records, yes, old ledgers bound in leather, contracts yellowed with age, coins stamped with the Boone seal. But they seemed as strange to later generations as cave drawings must have seemed to Elias' own. By then, the world had changed so utterly that valleys and rivers themselves were curiosities, reminders of a time before cities sprawled across continents, before humans scattered among the stars. Yet through all of it, Boone Valley remained, at least in memory, and memory can be stronger than stone. In distant colonies where the soil was red or the air was thin, settlers told the Boone tale around communal fires. They spoke of Elias, the man who had nothing but saved his way into a future, who looked at a broken mill and saw not ruin but possibility. They told of Micah Ard, who carried his people through drought. They told of Ruth, who believed in schools, and Thomas, who built a fund that saved generations. These names were spoken not that dry history, but as if they were ancestors of everyone, shared kinfolk whose endurance proved survival was always possible. The Boone Bank had become something almost eternal by then, woven into the very fabric of civilization. Its network spanned so wide that even those who no longer believed the valley still existed entrusted their livelihoods to the bank name. Its creed had never shifted: careful saving, no gambling on shadows, loans made only to build, not to bleed. In times when financial storms toppled empires and currencies collapsed into chaos, the Boone name stood like a lighthouse in the dark. To many, the bank itself was Boone Valley, and the valley was the bank, a symbol of steadiness wherever its influence stretches. The mills, in their own way, had become mythic too. They no longer carved only wood or stone or even alloys, but shaped the very bones of new civilizations, structures designed for hostile planets, shelters for travelers on long journeys, frameworks for cities yet unborn. Yet still in the smallest corner of each creation the Boone mark was pressed. That mark had no magic, but it carried meaning that could not be replicated, the assurance that someone, somewhere, had chosen quality over haste, permanence over flash. It was not merely a product, it was a promise. As time drifted further, Boone Valley itself became harder to find. In times when financial storms toppled empires and currencies collapsed into chaos, the Boone name stood like a lighthouse in the dark. To many, the bank itself was Boone Valley, and the valley was the bank, a symbol of steadiness, wherever its influence stretches. The mills, in their own way, had become mythic too. They no longer carved only wood or stone or even alloys, but shaped the very bones of new civilizations, structures designed for hostile planets, shelters for travelers on long journeys, frameworks for cities yet unborn. Yet still in the smallest corner of each creation the Boone mark was pressed. That mark had no magic, but it carried meaning that could not be replicated, the assurance that someone, somewhere, had chosen quality over haste, permanence over flash. It was not merely a product, it was a promise. As time drifted further, Boone Valley itself became harder to find.
Some maps rock-decked, others omitted. Some travelers swore they had been there, walked its streets, touched the wooden statue of Elias. Others said it had long since vanished, swallowed by rivers or lost in shifting landscapes. Scholars argued endlessly, was it still a place or had it become only a parent? But the people who had lived there generation after generation knew better. For them, the valley was real. It wielded the rain and the soil beneath their boots. It might not appear on every map, but it endured in every family, every coin saved, every house built with patience. And perhaps that was the taint. Boone Valley was no longer just a valley, it was wherever people lived by the creed. On distant colonies, families who had never seen its ridges called their homes Boone Valley.
In cities far removed, neighborhoods founded on trust and resilience claimed the same name. It spread not in land, but a way of living, a seed carried wherever humans wandered. The original valley was its root, but by then its branches reached across worlds. The elders still told the story, though their voices were echoed by recordings and archives, holograms, and digital libraries. Yet even with all the technology, the story was still best told by firelight, still best heard with rain tapping steady on roofs. Children leaned close, listening to the tale days if it were new, and in their eyes the story came alive again. They heard of Elias Boone saving nickels, of men in whim who faced storms and never bent, and they knew, even if they rolled their eyes in youth, that one day they would repeat the same words to their own children. In that way, Boone Valley became eternal, not goes its soil would last forever, not goes its mills would never fall silent, but goes the creed it carried had taken root in hearts. It was remembered not as a monument of stone, but as a living way of life. And as long as there were storms to weather, as long as there were coins to save, as long as there were children to hear stories told by firelight, Boone Valley would die. And perhaps one day long after even its name is worn thin, people will still whisper the tale without knowing when it began. They will tell of a man who started with nothing and built something that endured. They will tell of a community that faced every trial and grew stronger.
They will tell of a valley, whether real or not, that proved fortune could be honest, patient, and shared. And when they do, Elias Boone's spirit will live again. not bound to ridges or rivers, but carried in the unbroken chain of human endurance. Ages folded over one another until the world Elias Boone had once walked was little more than dust beneath stars that no longer looked the same. The ridges of the valley still stood. The river still cut its steady line, but far beyond its borders, entire civilizations had risen, burned, vanished. Earth itself became less the center of humanity and more a cradle left behind. And yet, in halls where no sun from Boone's sky had shone, people still spoke his name.
Boone Valley lived not lots of stone, nor wood, nor ledgers, but the story had been carried from tongue to tongue, heart to heart, until it became made eternal in night itself. Among distant colonies, where men and women walked under alien moons, the Boone story was told kids in origin tale. Children who had never seen a river or a forest heard of a man who had started with dust in his pockets and faith in his heart. They pictured him not with tools of wood and iron, but as a symbol of perseverance itself. He was less a man now and more a mythic ancestor, proof that greatness came not from luck or conquest, but from patience and grit. And while the details blurred, some said he was a farmer, others a carpenter, others a banker, the essence never wavered.
Elias Boone was the one who built slow and steady, and whose creed outlasted time. The Boone Bank, though far removed from its humble beginnings, had by then become a kind of institution of belief beast much of finance. Its systems were so vast that no sane person could comprehend them, yet its principles were still guided by the same truth. No reckless speculation, no empty promises, no betrayal of trust. People in distant settlements opened accounts not because they needed a bank, but because they wanted to tie themselves to something older than their world. They thought their savings Boone funds, they taught their children to save the first coin they earned, and they kept the practice of lending only to build, never to bleed.
For many, Boone Bank was less a service and more a ritual, a tether back to the story of a man who once saved nickels in a tin. The mills were no longer mills in any sense Elias would have known. They had become centers of creation, shaping structures from materials grown in labs and harvested from stars. They built homes that could stand in the vacuum of space, domes that could shelter thousands from cosmic storms, frames that endured when nothing else could. Yet still, etched into every finished piece, was the Boone seal. That seal, older than memory, carried a weight no technology could surpass. It said this was built to last. Families who lived light years away, whose children no longer even studied earthly anything more than ancient history, still looked for that seal as a sign of safety.
In the valley itself, life continued in its stubborn rhythm. Families still planted crops, still walked the river banks, still fed in the square. The council still debated in the schoolhouse, though by then their voices could be heard by anyone across the stars who wished to listen. Outsiders sometimes laughed, wondering why a place so small still carried so much weight, but those who visited left changed, realizing that the valley power was not in its size but in its endurance. Where other places had vanished into the dust of history, Boone Valley remained. It was not rich in the way empires had been, but it was steady. A steady had always outlasted wealth. Children there still learned the story at their first lesson. Before they learned equations of stars or language of trade, they heard of Elias Boone and his tin of nickels. They learned how he bought a broken mill, how he trusted his people, how he built slow and sure. They learned of Micah Hare and the famine, of Ruth and the schools, of Thomas and the fund. They learned that storms would come, that hardship would test them, but that resilience would carry them through. And though they lived in a time of machines and marvels, the lesson stuck. It always did. Far away in places where Boone Valley was thought of only as a legend, the story hung on the glow of folklore. It was told like a hymn, sung like a bathal, recited like scripture. Some told it in firelight, others in the glow of artificial suns, others in whispers to children they drifted to sleep. The story was no longer bound to its soil. It had become universal. It no longer mattered whether the valley still existed, whether Elias had there been flesh and blood. What mattered was the creed, and that creed lived wherever someone chose patience over haste, honesty over greed, endurance over despair. Perhaps one day the valley itself will vanish completely, swallowed by rivers forgotten by maps. Perhaps the statue of Elias will crumble, the fields will grow wild, the river will dry to stone, but Boone Valley will not die. It cannot. Because Boone Valley is not a patch of land. Boone Valley is the unbroken chain of belief that fortune is built slow, steady, and honest. It is every coin saved with care, every roof rebuilt by neighbors, every hand clasped in trust. It is every child who listens to the story and carries it forward, never letting it fade. And so the legend stretched farther than Elias could have dreamed.
From a man saving nickels in a tin to a story whispered across stars, Boone Valley proved what it always had. That fortune, when built with grit and patience, is stronger than time itself. There came a time when Boone Valley was spoken of more often in song than in speech. Ballads drifted through taverns on distant worlds, sung by voices that had never seen earth ridges or rivers. Children grew up humming verses about a man with dust on his boots and coins in his tin. A man who built a fortune not with luck but with patience. The details changed with every retelling. Sometimes Elias Boone was a farmer, sometimes a lumberman, sometimes even a wandering cowboy who stumbled upon a mill. But the truth of the story was never lost. That wealth was not quick, not reckless, not cruel. It was steady, honest, and shared.
The valley itself still existed, though fewer travelers reached it. It had become quiet, its people content, its story carried outward more by memory than by trade. To the wider universe, Boone Valley was less a town than an idea. It was invoked in speeches, written into laws, studied in philosophies. Communities that followed its creed flourished, while those that chased reckless gain burned out that dry tinder. And so the Boone name became less a family and more a principle, a living rule etched into the human spirit. By this age, the Boone Bank was something vast and near eternal, a web of trust that connected countless worlds. No one alive could trace every account, no historian could count every ledger, but what mattered was not its reach, it was its resilience. In times when currencies rose and collapsed in flashes of light, Boone accounts never wavered.
Families across galaxies kept faith in it, even when they doubted Earth itself was anything more than legend. They taught their children to open a Boone account not debt for safety but for pride, to hold an account there was to claim kinship with Elias Boone Creed. It was no longer just finance, it was identity. The mills had long since left behind the sawdust and wheels of their birth. They had become forgers of endurance, producing structures and goods capable of surviving storms no human hand could endure. They built habitats on moons, shelters in deserts, frames for stations that floated in the void. Each bore the Boone seal, and each carried with it the same quiet assurance: this will last. For all their marvels, the seal remained simple, unchanged from the earliest days. It did not need to be grand, thus it carried centuries of trust. In that simplicity was its power. And still in the valley itself, the rhythm remained. Families sat on porches, children ran in fields, elders leaned back in chairs, their voices carrying through the night. The story was told date it always had been, with rain tapping steady and fire glowing low. They spoke of Elias Boone, of Micah Har, of Ruth and Thomas, of generations who had carried the flame. The children listened, half disbelieving, half entranced. Some laughed at questions, but aught remembered. And when they grew older, when life tested them, they returned to the story, though if it were a compass, for it had always pointed true. Across the stars, the Boone story became folklore, woven into cultures that no longer remembered when it had begun. Some said Boone was a prophet, others said he was a trickster who outwitted fate. Others said he was a simple man who proved greatness lies in steady hands. In them places, the story ended with him alone at the river. In others, it ended with the valley rising into greatness. The versions multiplied, but the message was constant. Fortune is built, not found. Scholars argued whether Boone Valley had been real, or whether it was a para born to guide humanity. Some searched records, found fragments of contracts and coins, old writings in crumbling libraries. Others dismissed it, saying the valley never existed at all. But the people who lived by its creed smiled at such debates. For them, Boone Valley was that real as the soil beneath their feet, whether that soil was earth or another world. The truth was not in maps or monuments. The truth was in the living practice of the creed. The legend stretched so far that even civilizations that had lost contact with Earth carried echoes of it. On worlds where humanity spoke new tongues, songs of Boone patience were sung in words Elias would never have understood, but their meaning was the same. On settlements so distant they no longer remembered Earth as home, the Boone Creed was still taught in schools: save steady, build honest, endure storms together. And though they no longer knew the name of the river or the ridges, they knew the lesson. In this way, Boone Valley became eternal, not at a place, not even at a people, but at a truth. It lived wherever men and women chose endurance over haste, wherever they built together instead of tearing apart, wherever they trusted one another more than chance. The valley soil might one day vanish, its statues crumble, its name fade into dust, but Boone Valley would die. For Boone Valley was not land, it was the spirit of patience, the story of resilience, the promise that wealth built slowly and honestly could outlast time itself. And so the story was told, again and again, across fires, across stars, across centuries, and every time it was told, Elias Boone lived once more, not in body, but in the choices of those who carried his creed. There came a time when Boone Valley was no longer remembered at a point on a map, nor even at a town nestled between ridges and a river. It became something older and broader, a myth folded into the very rhythm of human culture. People who had never seen Earth, who had never walked beneath its skies, still spoke of Boone Valley as if it were an eternal truth. No one knew if the valley still existed, if its soil had long since crumbled, or if its river still carved its path. But it didn't matter. Boone Valley no longer needed to exist in land, for it lived in story, in spirit, in practice. Travelers drifting across the stars carried the story like fire in their pockets. They would sit with strangers in dim-lit taverns on far-off worlds and tell of a man named Elias Boone, who saved nickels in a tin until they became a fortune. The listeners leaned close, though they had no S for nickels and no memory of tin. They understood anyway, as the creed was older than money itself. Save with patience, build with honesty, endure with courage. Share when storms strike, these truths crossed languages and ages, becoming universal. In some cultures, Boone was remembered as a saint of industry. In others, he was a trickster who fooled despair with cleverness. Some hid him a prophet, others a builder king, others simply a man of the people. The versions differed, the details blurred, but the heart of it remained. Boone Valley was the place where wealth was not won, but earned, where fortune was not hoarded, but shared. In that way, the myth outlived the reality. The Boone Bank had become something like scripture. Its name endured in financial systems so vast they stretched across galaxies, but its meaning was no longer tied to ledgers or credits. In some places, to say you had a Boone account was not to speak of numbers, but to say your fortune was steady, trustworthy, clean. Families taught their children the phrase, "blessing, may your life be a Boone account, safe, honest, enduring." Whether the bank itself still existed was debated by scholars. Some swore they could trace its line back to Earth through archives and records. Others said it was long gone, its practices scattered. But in the minds of people, Boone Bank was eternal. The mills, too, had drifted into legend. They were remembered less as places of wood and steel and more as symbols of creation itself. In the tellings, the Boone mills were said to have forged the very shelters people lived in among the stars. In others, they were fabled workshops where craftsmen taught by Boone himself shaped goods that never wore out. The truth was that the mills had changed form 1,000 times, rising and falling with the ages. But their seal, simple, plain, unchanged, was remembered even when the objects themselves had long since rotted to dust. That seal became a symbol of trust across cultures. To call something Boone built was to say it would endure. Even in the valley itself, if it still stood, the people must have felt the weight of legend pressing upon them. Children there would have learned their history, not just from books, but from pilgrims who came seeking proof. And yet the elders would have told them the same thing they had always said. Proof is not the point. The truth of Boone Valley is not in relics, but in living the creed. You can see the truth in every coin saved, every neighbor helped, every storm endured together. That was the valley proof, and that proof needed no statue, no monument, no museum. By this age, Boone Valley was less a place and more a compass. People spoke of it when they faced hardship, invoking its name as if it were a guiding star. A merchant who chose fairness over greed would say he was following Boone Path. A family that rebuilt after disaster would say they lived in Boone Valley, even if they had never set foot there. The valley was wherever people lived with patience and grit. In this way, it outgrew its soil and became eternal. And so, as centuries drifted into millennia, Boone Valley became folklore told by civilizations that no longer remembered Earth as their cradle. In songs, in stories, in lessons carved into stone and transmitted across data streams, the creed lived on. The names of Elias Boone, Micah Hard, Ruth, and Thomas were spoken like archetypes, symbols of endurance, education, foresight, and resilience. Their deeds were embroidered, exaggerated, twisted by time, yet their meaning was never lost. They were the proof that humanity could survive not through conquest, but through patience, honesty, and care. On No Worlds, children looked up at alien skies and asked their parents, did Boone Valley really exist? And the parents would smile and answer the same way elders had answered for centuries. It doesn't matter. It exists wherever you choose to live by its creed. With that, the children understood. Boone Valley was not bound to a river or ridges. Boone Valley was a way of being, and that is why it could never die. Long after its soil is forgotten, long after its river runs dry, Boone Valley endures in the stories told on fires, in the choices made in times of hardship, in the patience of a man or woman saving their first coin, in the hen offered to a neighbor when storms come. Boone Valley is not land, it is legacy, not myth, it is truth. And as long as one soul anywhere believes in slow, honest, enduring fortune, Boone Valley will live. There came an age when even the stars that once crowned Earth night sky had shifted, their constellation unrecognizable to those who gazed upward. Humanity had spread across worlds so distant that light from Elias Boone Old Valley would take lifetimes to reach them. Entire languages had evolved and dissolved, cultures risen and fallen, yet the story of Boone Valley remained. It was no longer bound to soil or river or ridge. It was a myth that lived in the bloodstream of civilization, retold by countless tongues in countless forms. To some, Boone was remembered as a pioneer. To others, he was a prophet of patience. In places farthest from Earth, he was simply thought the builder. The Boone Bank, by this time, had become less a physical institution and more a tradition, a code repeated like prayer. On worlds where credits flowed in streams of light, where fortunes could vanish in a flicker of code, families still repeated the old Boone practices. They taught their children to save a coin or whatever token their world used, and to guard it carefully, to never wager it on shadows, to build it into something lasting. In other cultures, a child's first saved coin was still placed in a small box echoing Elias Boone tobacco tin, though none remembered what tobacco had once been. The box became a symbol, an heirloom, proof that the creed endured. The mills were remembered less for their saws and more archetypes of creation. Legends claimed Boone mills had been the first workshops to craft structures fit for alien worlds, though historians knew the truth was simpler. The mills had changed shape 1,000 times, but the promise never changed. Whatever they built to endure. Yet in the stories sung on far-off colonies, the Boone seal itself had become mythic. Children believed objects carrying it could not be broken, that they carried within them the strength of the valley itself. Whether it was true or not hardly mattered. Belief gave the seal its power. As for the valley itself, some swore it still existed, quiet and unchanged, hidden away on earth like a holy place. Others said it had long since been swallowed by rivers, or buried under the weight of centuries. Still others claimed it had never been a single valley at all, but rather a symbol for every community that chose to endure. Pilgrims searched for it, those claiming they found it, others saying it was lost forever. But the truth was simpler. Boone Valley was never about the ridges or the river. It was about the people. Wherever the creed was lived, Boone Valley lived it well. Songs carried the tale farther than any ledger. Minstrels in marketplaces, singers in spaceports, bards in digital halls, they all knew the verses. They told of Elias Boone saving coins in a tin, of Micah Carr standing tall in famine, of Ruth building schools, of Thomas creating a fund that saved generations. They sang of storms that could not rake the valley, of floods, fires, wars, and markets that all came and went while the valley endured. Sometimes the words were simple, sometimes ornate, sometimes nearly unrecognizable. But the heart of the song was always the same. Slow, honest, shared fortune lasts longer than anything else. On old worlds, Boone Valley was treated as scripture. Temples bore carvings of Elias with his tin. Priests spoke of patience, A's holy virtue. On others, Boone was a folk hero, his story told in plays and dances. In places that no longer remembered Earth at it, the valley became a myth of origins, a story parents told children to remind them that survival comes from grit, not chance. And though the story edges blurred, the creed within it remained sharp. In the valley itself, if it still stood, life must have carried on in its old stubborn rhythm. Families planting, neighbors helping, elders telling stories by firelight. Perhaps the statue of Elias Boone still rose in the square, wood or stone replaced many times over, but the image unchanged. Pilgrims who reached it would lay hands on its worn surface, whispering vows to live by his creed. To them, touching that statue was proof the valley was real, that the myth had roots and soil. To those who never found it, the myth was no less true, for Boone Valley was never about proof. It was about practice. Children, whether on Earth or a colony 1,000 stars away, still asked the same question: did Boone Valley really exist? And their elders, whether speaking by campfire or under domes lit by alien suns, still answered the same way: it exists wherever you keep its creed alive. And in that answer, the story lived, because each generation carried it forward, not that history, but a truth. So Boone Valley passed beyond history, beyond time, into eternity. Its soil might one day vanish, its river dry, its name fade into whispers, but Boone Valley could never die, for it was not bound to land or ledger. Boone Valley was bound to the human heart, and long in one soul anywhere chose patience over greed, honesty over deceit, endurance over despair. The valley lived on. Time moved on until the very notion of years and centuries became difficult to measure. Civilizations rose and collapsed like waves on a shore, leaving behind only fragments, whispers, and stories. And yet, in every corner where humans, or the descendants of humans, gathered, the tale of Boone Valley endured. No longer was it tied to earth nor even to the idea of a single place. Boone Valley had become the great para of endurance, passed from age to age like a torch carried through the dark. In A retellings, Elias Boone was no longer a man at that, but a figure of near mythic stature. To us, he was a wanderer who stumbled upon a valley abandoned by storms and chose to rebuild it. To others, he was a wise elder who taught his people the secret of lasting wealth. Deep in the farthest reaches, he was remembered deed, the steady hand, a symbol of patience itself. The details changed, but the lesson never did. Fortune could be made honest, wealth could be shared, and strength was measured not in speed or glitter, but in how long one works endured. The Boone Bank, yet an institution, had by then faded into fragments, absorbed, merged, reshaped, forgotten in official record, yet its creed lived on stronger than ever. On worlds where new forms of money rose, energy credits, data tokens, memory stones, families still saved their first surge with a Boone-like reverence. They passed small boxes, often plain and simple, down through generations, each containing the first coin or token saved by a child. Many of those children no longer knew why it mattered, only that it was tradition. But in truth, they were carrying Elias Boone 10 forward through time, repeating an act that had begun millennia earlier under rain and firelight. The mills had become symbols rather than places. Their creaking wheels and sawdust-filled yards were long gone, but the idea of them survived. In song and story, the mills were remembered dead forges of stability, where hard work shaped raw material into something lasting. Some cultures believed Boone mills were mythical places that produced goods so strong they could never decay. Others taught children that their very homes were Boone built, regardless of who made them, because the phrase had become shorthand for endurance. And in truth, every time something was crafted with care and meant to outlast its maker, the spirit of the Boone mills lived again. Boone Valley itself had shifted from geography to archetype. We offered, and they say our carefully to the paths to hope become non-applicated. Few believed it was still a place you could walk, though pilgrims still sought it. They claimed that somewhere, hidden in earthly ruins or preserved in forgotten archives, the valley still rested. Some swore they had seen it, though their tales often contradicted one another. But most agreed that whether it could be found or not no longer mattered. Boone Valley had become wherever people lived its creed in desert settlements, in floating cities, in colonies orbiting strange suns. Boone Valley was invoked as the model of resilience. Stories of the valley spread in countless forms. In Ed, it was a bedtime tale told to children. In others, it was a chant sung in work camps. In yet others, it was etched into stone tablets or coded into archives designed to last beyond civilizations. And always, the names returned: Elias Boone, Micah Rard, Ruth, Thomas. Each had become more than a person. They were symbols. Elias was patience. Micah was endurance. Ruth was learning. Thomas was foresight. Together, they embodied the values that had carried humanity through storms no sane generation could have survived alone. On worlds so far removed from Earth that its very existence was doubted, people still asked the same question: did Boone Valley really exist? And the answer, whether given by priest, elder, or teacher, was always the same. It exists wherever its creed is kept alive. That answer had been given for centuries, unchanged, unbroken, and it was the truest proof of all. So Boone Valley passed into the realm of legend fully. Its soil may have been forgotten, its river long dry, its statue crumbled to dust, but it did not matter, for Boone Valley was never the land. Boone Valley was the creed. And the creed had taken root too deep to die. Every time a person chose to save instead of squander, to build instead of destroy, to share instead of hoard, Boone Valley breathed again. It may be that one day even humanity itself changes so much that Earth becomes no more than myth. But even then, long in one voice tells the story of the man with a tin of nickels and the courage to endure. Boone Valley will live on. For Boone Valley is not bound to time, nor space, nor soil. Boone Valley is bound to the eternal truth that wealth, when built slow, honest, and shared, can outlast every storm. Ages turned so far forward that even the word human began to feel like it echoed. Civilizations rose that bore little resemblance to the ones that had once walked Earth. Bodies changed, minds evolved, languages fractured into forms Elias Boone himself could never have understood. Yet through all of it, the story of Boone Valley endured. It had drifted free of Earth's soil, free of memory, free even of certainty that it had been real, but that no longer mattered. Boone Valley had crossed the line from history into myth, and myth is often stronger than stone. Among distant peoples, Boone was remembered not as a man of flesh and bone, but as a figure woven into the fabric of culture. Some saw him as a creator, shaping order from chaos with his Caitian hand. Others spoke of him as a guide who carried his people through famine, fire, and flood. In still other tales, he was a trickster who outwitted despair itself, turning dust and scraps into fortune through sheer stubbornness. The details blurred, shifting from one telling to another, but the essence always remained. Wealth is built through patience, trust, and endurance, not chance or greed. The Boone Bank had long since dissolved as an institution, its records scattered across the ruins of civilizations that had risen and fallen. But the idea of it lingered as scripture. In places where trade still existed, children were told to make their first savings the Boone way, to set aside something small and protect it, growing it over time instead of wasting it in haste. Across worlds and species, families carried tokens, heirlooms, or digital echoes of this tradition, often without even knowing the name Boone. Yet the practice lived on, proof that the creed was larger than the man. The mills had become pure symbols, remembered not for sawdust and wheels, but for the archetype of creation. In songs, the Boone mills were the great forges of civilization, shaping the bones of cities and the frames of homes. They were the places where effort was transformed into permanence, where work left something behind that outlasted the worker. Even if no mill still stood, the idea of Boone built had become universal. It meant strong, it meant honest, it meant lasting. The phrase itself had endured longer than most nations, longer than most languages, passed down until even its origins were forgotten. The valley itself, whether it still stood or not, became a metaphor in every tongue that carried its story. For Boone Valley was a place of refuge, the archetype at home. For others, it was a test, the proving ground where storms came hardest. For many, it was simply the ideal community, where neighbors helped neighbors, where fortune was shared, where hardship bound people closer instead of tearing them apart. And though maps no longer marked it, though no pilgrim could say for certain they had found it, Boone Valley existed in the mind of anyone who dreamed of a home that could not be broken. Songs of the valley grew stranger and grander with time. Bards on distant worlds sang of Elias Boone, as if he had hammered stars into place. Storytellers claimed his mills had built the first ships that carried humans into the void. Priests in far-flung temples recited his creed, its scripture, patience, honesty, endurance. Some had forgotten the name Boone entirely, yet still taught the lessons born of his tin of nickels. The myth had shed its skin of deep, but kept its heart alive. In that way, Boone Valley outlived even memory. It became the eternal story of how fortune is forged, not in the glitter of conquest, but in the steady work of hands that refused to give up. And it became a mirror in which each civilization saw itself. To those in famine, it was a tale of survival. To those in wealth, it was a reminder of humility. To those in collapse, it was a guide to rebuilding. Boone Valley became whatever the listener most needed it to be, and that is why it could never fade. On nights when alien rains fell on alien roofs, when fire or its likeness flickered in circles of families who had long since forgotten Earth, the story was still told. A child would lean close and ask the same question children had asked for millennia. Did Boone Valley really exist? And the answer, given with a smile of the ancient time itself, would always be, it exists wherever its creed is alive. And so in that answer, Boone Valley lived forever. For Boone Valley was never truly about a place. It was about a way. And so long as there are storms to endure, neighbors to trust, coins to save, and futures to build, Boone Valley will never die. There came a horizon so distant that even the name human had begun to lose its weight. Civilizations changed form until those who walked the worlds bore little resemblance to the pioneers who once crossed plains and rivers. Flesh gave way to light, voices became thought, and entire cultures lived in forms Elias Boone could never have conceived. Yet even then, among beings who had left behind the body, who no longer counted their days in the turning of suns, the story of Boone Valley endured. It lived not in the soil of earth, but in the marrow of culture itself, too deeply rooted to be forgotten. In those far ages, Boone was no longer seen in a man, but that a symbol of an eternal truth. Some believed he was an archetype, the embodiment of patience itself. Others saw him the great builder, the one who showed that fortune is not fire that burns bright and fades, but a stone foundation laid slow and strong. Some remembered him as a figure who tamed chaos, a light that endured through famine, flood, and fire. The details blurred until Boone life became mythic, but the essence of his story was sharper than the other. Wealth built with patience lasts beyond death. The Boone Bank, though its ledgers had long since dissolved into dust, became a proverb. In countless languages, bank that Boone meant to save carefully, to build wisely, to lend only with growth could vado. On worlds with no coins, no credits, no currency at the phrase still lived. Farmers on alien soil repeated the creed when storing seeds for the next season. Communities invoked it when pooling resources to survive storms. Even beings of light who no longer needed money spoke of the Boone Way when they meant fairness, endurance, and shared strength. The bank itself had vanished, but its creed had transcended the need for vaults and ledgers. The mills became fables of creation. In stories, Boone mills were the forges of stars, places where suns themselves were hammered into being by patient hands. In others, they were eternal workshops in which the foundations of every civilization were cut and shaped. The truth of sawdust and lumber was long forgotten, but the symbol lived. The mill was wed labor met patience. Wid's work left something behind that outlasted the worker. And whenever a community built something not for profit but for permanence, they said it was Boone built, and anyone who heard knew what it meant. Boone Valley itself became more than a legend of geography. It became a universal metaphor for home, for resilience, for community that no storm could wash away. To some, it was a paradise where people lived in harmony, untouched by greed. To others, it was a proving ground where storms came hardest, yet neighbors endured together. To many, it was simply the dream of a place where life was steady, fair, and lasting. No one knew if the valley still existed, and it scarcely mattered. Boone Valley lived wherever people chose to carry its creed. The songs of Boone became myths, sung in voices far removed from the tongues of earth. In Yell, Elias was a wanderer who built fortune from nothing but grit. In others, he was a wise elder who guided his people to safety. In Yell, he was merely divine, his patience the spark that carried humanity across the stars. The songs contradicted one another, changed from one telling to the next, yet the heart of each was the same, that Boone Valley had endured because it never abandoned its creed. Even when scholars of that far age questioned Earth's very existence, the story survived. They debated whether Boone was a real man or only a symbol, whether Boone Valley was a place or a para. But the answer was always given in the same way it had been for millennia. It does not matter. Boone Valley exists wherever people live by its truth. That answer was not an evasion. It was the very essence of the legend. Boone Valley had never been that land. Boone Valley had always been a way. So the story became eternal, told not just by humans, but by whatever humanity had become. Remembered not in records, but in choices. Carried not by maps, but by hearts. And on nights when rains fell on alien ground, when light flickered in circles of beings whose bodies were nothing like those of Earth, the story was still told. A child, or something like a child, would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, or something like an elder, would smile and say, it exists wherever you live, its creed. And in that moment, Boone Valley lived in. Thus, Boone Valley crossed from memory into immortality. It was no longer tied to the soil of Earth, nor to the names of rivers and ridges. It was tied instead to truth. And as long as there are storms to endure, work to be done, neighbors to trust, and patience to be chosen, Boone Valley will outlast even the stars. There came an age when the line of humanity blurred so much that its descendants scarcely resembled the figures who once walked Earth's soil. Some were beings of flesh remade, others of thought alone, drifting in light across the void, still others woven into machines that hummed like the pulse of stars. Entire civilizations rose on planets with skies of colors Boone never could have imagined, and yet somehow his name endured. The story of Boone Valley, passed across tongues and texts for so long, now belonged to all who heard it, no longer a tale of a sea and people, but a parrot for every being who longed for permanence in a world of change. In this age, Boone was not just Elias Boone the man. He had become an archetype, a figure of myth as old as the memory of fire itself. Some remembered him as the patient one who saved when others squandered. Others spoke of him as the builder who raised a community out of dust and ruin. In old traditions, he was the great teacher whose creed of patience and honesty outlasted every empire. And still others saw him as a symbol of resilience itself, no longer bound to form, but to the idea that lasting fortune is not chance but choice. The Boone Bank, if such an end still existed in reality, was hidden deep within the folds of history. Its ledgers were gone, its vaults forgotten, its halls long since scattered, yet its creed had spread farther than its walls had had. Across countless civilizations, people still practiced the Boone way. They saved tokens, whether they were coins, energy credits, or strands of light. They avoided gambling their future on shadows. They lent on to build, never to exploit. In places where no economy even existed, the Boone Creed lived in spirit communities, storing what they had for lean seasons, sharing when storms came, ensuring that none were abandoned. Boone Bank had outgrown banking itself. It had become the philosophy of endurance. The mills had passed fully into the realm of fable. No one remembered wheels turning on rivers, sawdust flying in the air, or hammers ringing against beams. Instead, the mills were remembered as the great forges of civilization itself. Legends told of Boone Mills as places where the bones of worlds were shaped, where homes that survived storms eternal were crafted, where the very frames of society were hammered into place. In one song, Boone Mills were said to have built the first ships that carried explorers to other suns. In another, they were the forges of patience, with every beam carried a fragment of Boone's soul. And though the truth had long since faded, the symbol remained. Wherever work was done not for profit but for permanence, the Boone Mills lived again. Boone Valley itself was now remembered less as a location and more of a paradise of principle. To Bunn was a promised land, the place where people endured every storm together. To others, it was a test, a crucible where hardship came hardest but forged the strongest bonds. To many, it was simply the dream of a home steady, safe, unbroken by greed or haste. No map marked it. No pilgrim could be certain they had found it, but Boone Valley existed in every heart that longed for a place built not on chance but on trust. In distant civilizations that had long lost their connection to Earth, Boone Valley was spoken of in stories that had shed all detail. They no longer spoke of nickels or mills or ledgers. Instead, they told of the builder who saved when others wasted, who gave when others hoarded, who endured when others broke. This story had been worn smooth by time, but its code gleamed brighter than then. And in that way, Boone Valley had become eternal, unshackable, a truth carried into futures Elias himself could never have imagined. On nights beneath alien skies, when families or their equivalents buzz around light, whether flame, star, or machine, the story was still told. And somewhere in those circles, a child would always ask, was Boone Valley real? And had been answered for millennia, the elder would smile and say, it is real wherever you live, its creed. That answer had outlasted language, species, and worlds. It was the truth beyond proof. Thus, Boone Valley crossed fully into myth, not that a relic of Earth, but that a universal story of endurance. Its soil may be dust, its river long dry, its statue crumbled to nothing, But Boone Valley cannot die, for it was never tied to land. Boone Valley lives wherever patience triumphs over haste, wherever trust binds neighbors together, wherever wealth is built steady and honest. It lives in every story told in the dark, in every act of resilience, in every choice to build for tomorrow instead of burning for today. And so Boone Valley became what it was always meant to be, eternal. There came an age when Earth itself was no more than a whisper, a half-remembered place whose name was spoken in awe but rarely with certainty. Civilizations born of humanity's long journey had spread so far and become so strange that the original shape of man and woman seemed like myth. Some were bodies of light and sound, the other were woven into the fabric of machines. Here lived a great communal mind spread across worlds. Yet in every corner of that vastness, the story of Boone Valley still lingered, carried forward the embers that refused to go out, glowing steady against the endless dark. The name Elias Boone had become less a name and more an idea. To him he was the builder of foundations, to others the keeper of the tin. Among peoples who no longer used coins, who no longer even measured wealth as humanity once had, Boone was remembered as the one who saved something small and grew it into something eternal. In their traditions he was nearly divine, a figure who taught the lesson of patience when in others had forgotten it. In others he was simply the everyman, proof that greatness could come not from brilliance or power but from steadiness. He had become the eternal ancestor, a teacher whose story transcended flesh, time, and even species. The Boone Bank, long since dissolved into dust and forgotten architecture, lived on Earth from a skis. Among beings who counted energy instead of money, the phrase Bontenac Boone meant to store with care, to lade for storms, to refuse the gamble. Among those who needed no economy at it, the Boone way meant setting aside strength for the community, ensuring no one was abandoned. The bank had outlived its own form, evolving into a principle that existed wherever beings lived to build something together. It was not a ledger anymore, it was a lifeline, remembered in every decision where patience replaced haste. The mills had passed fully into myth. No one remembered their creak or their sawdust, their wheels turning on a river, their hammers striking wood. Instead, the mills were remembered as the eternal forges of creation. Some believed Boone Mills had shaped the bones of the first colonies among stars. Others said the mills were not of earth at all, but of heaven, places where the patient hands of laborers shaped permanence itself. The word Boone built had survived languages, cultures, even species, until it meant simply, this will last. A child holding a toy, a being stepping into a shelter, a worker fastening a tool. They all said the same thing. It is Boone built. But that was enough. The valley itself had become untethered from earth ridges. Rather, Reed built it. For ahead, it was a literal place, a hidden land, a paradise where storms never conquered the people. For others, it was a symbol, the dream of home itself. In distant cultures, Boone Valley was painted in murals, say, the shining settlement of light, a place where no one went hungry, where neighbors lifted each other from the mud, where storms broke on walls of trust. Whether or anyone could thus preach to its soil no longer mattered. Boone Valley was alive wherever its creed was lived. Songs, stories, chants, and data-etched hymns all carried the tale forward. Some versions said Boone had forged wealth from dust. Others claimed he had tricked the gods themselves into granting endurance. Still others saw him as a humble man whose only weapon was patience, whose only victory was trust. And while each telling tamed the details, nickels became stones, mills became forges, the valley became cities among stars. The truth never shifted. Boone Valley endured because it refused the temptation of haste, greed, and betrayal. Among civilizations so distant that Earth's name had no weight, Boone Valley became one of the first stories, the kind told to children before they understood the world. A being of light would teach its offspring, save something, build slow, share what you have. Endure the storm. They did not know Boone's name, but they knew his creed. And in that way, Boone Valley became eternal, woven not gut into the human journey, but into the very survival of whatever humanity had left behind. And still, and always, the story ended the same way. A child, or something like a child, would ask, is Boone Valley real? And the elder, or something like an elder, would smile with a patience that echoed through millennia and say, it is real, wherever you live, it's creed. And with that, the fire or the light or the hum of machines would flicker in agreement, and Boone Valley would live once more. For Boone Valley was never yet a place. Boone Valley was the truth that fortune built patiently and honestly outlasts every storm. And so long and that truth remains, Boone Valley cannot die. There came an age when even the word human was spoken like a half-remembered ed, carried more in myth than in flesh. Civilizations born from Earth's scattered children had changed so thoroughly that their ancestors would have recognized them. Some lived vast collectives of thought, in bodies of light and energy, unwoven into the architecture of planets themselves. And still, drifting through all that distance, the story of Boone Valley remained. It was no longer simply a tale of people and place. It had become one of the few universal myths carried forward into the memory of beings who had never set foot on Earth, who didn't even know it had once been real. Among alien civilizations that found fragments of humanity heritage, the Boone story became a jewel polished by countless tongues. They studied it not to history but to para, marveling that so ancient a people had defined themselves not by conquest, nor by kings, but by the quiet endurance of a man who built slow and steady. To them, Elias Boone was not a pioneer, but a sage of patience. His valley not a patch of earth, but a symbol of what all communities must strive to become. Some even claimed Boone was no man at that, but a cosmic teacher, a timeless figure who appeared whenever civilizations needed to learn that permanence cannot be rushed. The Boone Bank, though its vaults and ledgers had long since returned to dust, lived on in practice far beyond humanity. Civilizations that had never minted coins, never written ledgers, adopted its creed. They taught their offspring to set aside something in times of plenty, to resist the lure of risk and greed, to lend only for building, never for bleeding. They did not call it a bank, they called it balance, harmony, or in us tongues the Boone way. And when they recorded their own myths of survival, they often placed the Boone Creed at the heart, saying that it was the principle that allowed them to endure through famine and flood of their own. The mills, too, had grown beyond recognition to these new peoples. The Boone mills were not places of sawdust and timber, but cosmic forges. They told stories of workshops where patience itself was hammered into the bones of the universe, where the steady rhythm of labor shaped the very frameworks of life. The word Boone built remained, spoken even in alien tongues that had never touched wood or steel. It meant the same across all: strong, honest, enduring, a phrase older than their own histories that carried the resonance of something eternal. Boone Valley itself became legend across species that had no valleys, no rivers, no earth to remember. For though Boone Valley was reimagined indeed, a shining city of light where storms could never conquer, for others it was a frontier settlement, forever humble but forever unbroken. To many, it was the archetype of home, wherever home might be. No map would take clue it anymore, but it was no less real. Boone Valley had become the great universal homeland, the dream of safety, community, and resilience that Ebb beings shared. Songs of Boone were sung in tones Boone himself would never have recognized. Chants carried his name across halls of beings who had no mouths to sing with, in data-streamed hymns, in murals carved into moons, in whispers passed between stars. The sage lesson shone through. Fortune built slow endures. Fortune shared grows, fortune built on trust cannot be broken. Boone himself became less a man and more an eternal archetype, his story bending and reshaping but never losing its light. And so it was that Boone Valley crossed entirely out of history and into the marrow of myth, among species that had never known Earth, among voices that could no longer pronounce his name. The story lived on. They did not need to know where the valley had stood or whether Elias Boone had truly walked its soil. They needed to know what the story carried. In that way, Boone Valley outlasted not only humanity, but the very boundaries of species and time. On nights when storms raged on alien worlds, when beings breathed in circles of light, fire, or thought, the story was still told. And always there was a child or something like a child who asked, was Boone Valley real? And always the answer was the same, carrying across millennia and civilizations. It is real wherever its creed is alive. And in that answer, Boone Valley lived again each time, unbroken, eternal. For Boone Valley was never yet a valley, never yet a man, never yet a story. It was the eternal truth that fortune built with patience and honesty outlasts each storms. And long as any being in any corner of creation chose to endure instead of despair, to build instead of squander, Boone Valley would never die. Eras passed until even the memory of humanity was nothing more than a rumor carried on the winds of time. The stars themselves shifted, constellations scattering into unfamiliar skies. Entire civilizations flourished, reached their heights, and crumbled into silence. From the ruins rose others, stranger still beings who bore no resemblance to man, who lived in forms Boone could never have imagined. Crystalline minds that thought in light, great high voices bound together in song, nomads drifting clouds across alien seas. And yet among them the story of Boone Valley endured. By then it was no longer a story of a man saving nickels in a tin, nor even of a community building mills and banks on earth. It had become one of the universal stories, the kind told without beginning or end, the kind that feels older than memory itself. Elias Boone was no longer remembered dead human, but the eternal figure of patience. To those, he was the keeper of the small flame, the one who guarded a fragile ember until it grew into a fire that warmed all. To others, he was the builder of foundations, the one who laid stone upon stone, slow and steady, until the house could not be shaken. In many places, he was simply known as the Endurer. The Boone Bank was remembered not as a financial institution, but as the circle of trust. In alien tongues, it became para, the practice of setting aside something in times of plenty, not to hoard, but to prepare, not to gamble, but to endure. In civilizations that had no money, it lived the wisdom of balance. Energy was stored, food was shared, strength was pooled, because Boone had taught, or so the myth said, that storms will always come and only those who prepare and stand together will outlast them. Whether those peoples knew of coins or credit or even the concept of trade, they still lived the Boone Creed. The mills were spoken of, cosmic forges. In some myths, the Boone mills were said to have built the bones of worlds. In others, they were imagined eternal workshops at the heart of creation, where patience itself was hammered into form. Boone built survived, yet a phrase even among civilizations that had never known the word boon. It meant what it had always meant: this will endure. Ships built to weather storms, homes carved into stone, songs sung to carry across centuries, all were Boone built. The phrase had outlived language itself. Boone Valley was remembered in countless shapes. To Lo, it was a paradise, a valley of green where storms never broke the people. To others, it was a crucible, a place where hardship came hardest, but forged bonds that could not be broken. To men, it was simply the dream of home. No map rocked it, no memory traced its soil, yet Boone Valley was everywhere. It was invoked in times of trial, whispered in moments of doubt, sung in times of hope. It had become not a place, but a universal idea, the home that endures. Songs of Boone drifted across species and cultures, transformed with each telling. In one, he was the last man who outwitted despair itself. In another, he was the first builder of all, shaping the universe from dust. In another still, he was a humble teacher, giving his people the strength to carry through endless winters. The songs disagreed in every detail, but agreed in essence that Boone Valley was the story of survival through patience, honesty, and care. And so it was that Boone Valley crossed the boundary from history into myth, from myth into archetype, and from archetype into something eternal. Even beings who had no knowledge of Earth or humanity found themselves telling the story. It came to them in fragments, passed along by trade, encoded in ancient data, whispered in forgotten ruins. They shaped it into their own tongues, gave it their own forms, and in doing so proved the truth of the story itself. Boone Valley was not land, not lineage, not legend. Boone Valley was the creed of endurance. In circles of beings theyed under alien skies, the story still ended the same. A child or the closest they to one would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? The elder or the voice of the hive or the crystalline mind would answer, with patience older than stars. It is real wherever its creed is alive. In that moment, Boone Valley would live again. It always had, unbroken, eternal. Thus, Boone Valley became one of the first stories, not that of humans, but of who carried pieces of humanity's legacy into the dark. It was no longer bound to earth, nor to one species, nor even to memory. It had become one of the truths that outlast civilizations, one of the fires that never goes out. And so long as there is life in any corner of creation that chooses patience over haste, honesty over greed, endurance over despair, Boone Valley will live forever. In the farthest reaches of time, when even the word earth had lost its anchor and floated like a relic of sound with no place to belong, Boone Valley endured one of the primal stories of existence. Entire species rose who had never known flesh, who had never walked valleys or rivers, who had never counted coins or built homes of wood. Yet when they sought to explain endurance, when they wished to teach patience, when they tried to capture the meaning of build for tomorrow instead of burning for today, they told the story of Boone Valley. It had become a myth so ancient, so universal, that no one could say if it had been tied to a single world at it. In this final shape, Elias Boone was no longer remembered as a man, nor even as a human. He had become the one who waits, a figure of cosmic patience. To Will, he was the first being who taught his people that survival was more than strength, that it was trust, it was saving, it was endurance. To others, he was the archetype of the builder, the eternal hand that laid stone upon stone until even storms bones before his work. In distant civilizations, his name was unrecognizable, reshaped into alien syllables, yet his meaning never shifted. Boone was patience itself, given voice. The Boone Bank, long lost in the ruins of human time, became legend in cultures that had never minted currency at all. To them, the bank was remembered down the circle, the great storehouse, the hearth of balance. It symbolized the act of preparing for storms, of lending only to strengthen, of holding back the hunger for quick gain in favor of the long road. Civilizations that had no money still practiced it. Farmers storing food for lean years, tribes pooling resources, collectives setting aside energy. They did not know Boone's name, but they lived his creed, and in doing so proved that the story was larger than its deeds. The mills became the great forges of permanence, retold in countless forms. In the myths, there were the workshops at the center of the cosmos, where the frame of reality itself was hammered into place. In others, there were the endless halls where beings worked not for themselves but for the generations yet unborn. The phrase Boone built outlived Boone, outlived humanity, outlived language itself. Across galaxies, among minds that thought in light or sound, Boone built still meant the same thing. This will last. Boone Valley itself had become the archetype of home. For Ed, it was imagined as a shining city. For others, a fertile plain. For others, still a hidden garden between stars. The details mattered little. What endured was the dream, a place where storms could not rake. The people, where wealth was shared, where patience built walls stronger than stone. Boone Valley was no longer tied to a ridge or a river. It had become the eternal homeland, a dream-full beings carried somewhere within them. Stories of Boone were now sung, said creation hymns. In the good as in ancient cultures, the universe itself was said to have begun when the builder placed his first coin in the tin, saving the spark of existence instead of letting it vanish. In others, the stars were said to be the mills of Boone, each glowing forge a product of his patience. In still others, Boone Valley was the place souls returned to after death, a home of eternal endurance beyond storms. The details changed endlessly, but the truth remained unbroken. Survival comes not from haste, but from patience, not from greed, but from trust, not from conquest, but from care. And always, the story ended the same way it had from the beginning. Around fires of flame or circles of light, around campfires of sound or gatherings of thought, a child, or something like a child would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, in whatever form they wore, would answer with the same patience carried across millennia. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer, simple and unchanging, had carried Boone Valley farther than Earth itself. It had become eternal. Thus, Boone Valley crossed the boundary from history into myth, from myth into archetype, from archetype into truth. No longer a place, no longer a people, it had become one of the eternal stories, the kind that our civilizations, no matter their form, discover and keep. Boone Valley had become the lesson of patience itself, carved into the marrow of time. And so long any being anywhere chose to endure instead of despair, to build instead of destroy, to save instead of squander, Boone Valley would never die. In the endless tide of ages, Boone Valley passed beyond even the shadow of its beginnings. Earth was no longer a name tied to a planet, but a whisper tucked into stories so ancient that even scholars of whole civilizations debated if it had been real. The people who once carried Boone blood had long since transformed, scattered, merged into beings of shapes and voices Elias Boone himself could never have imagined. Yet through it, his story survived, passed not to fragile history, but tethered eternal para, one of the great truths that no storm of time could erase. Elias Boone was no longer remembered as a man. In other traditions, he was the first builder who taught all living beings that strength was not in speed or brilliance, but in patience. In others, he was called the keeper of the ember, who held a tiny flame in the dark until it grew into a light for all. Among cultures that had never known rivers or valleys, Boone was remembered as the architect of endurance, the archetype of steady hands. His tin of nickels had long since been forgotten in Etan, transformed into countless symbols, a seed kept through winter, a crystal held in the dark, a drop of water saved in the desert, but the lesson never wavered: save, build, endure, share. The Boone Bank was remembered less as a place of vaults and ledgers and more as the circle of stewardship. Civilizations that had no money at act carried its spirit.
They spoke of banking Boone storing strength for the storms, of refusing to gamble away tomorrow for the shine of today. Among species who count value in song, in light, or in shared memory, the Boone Creed still thrived. Only lend to build, the stories said. Only save to endure. Only give so that others may rise. The bank had dissolved into dust long ago, yet its principle had become more enduring than stone. The mills had grown beyond recognition, transformed in the myth into cosmic forges. Beings who had never cut wood spoke of Boone mills as the place where the frame of reality was shaped, where patience itself was hammered into the bones of existence. To them, Boone built was no longer a phrase about objects, but about permanence itself. A covenant, a star, a promise. If it was said to be Boone built, all knew it would endure.
The words had outlasted every language that birthed them, flowing seamlessly into the tongues of civilizations who never knew Boone's name, yet somehow still carried it. Boone Valley itself had become the great archetype of home. No one remembered ridges or rivers. Instead, each culture imagined it in its old form. For Dunn, it was a shining city of towers unbroken by storm. For others, it was a humble camp that never scattered, even in famine. For men, it was a paradise where old beings shared, endured, and lived in patience. No pilgrim could walk to its soil, yet Boone Valley lived in every dream of safety, trust, and permanence. It was no longer tied to a place on earth. It was tied to the idea of home that could not be broken. Songs of Boone became hymns of creation itself. In the myths, the universe began when Boone set aside the first spark instead of letting it die, saving the ember that became stars. In others, Boone Valley was the cradle of all life, the place where beings first learned that survival was more than hunger and strength, it was care. In some, the mills were said to forge time itself, their steady wheels turning to mark the seasons of eternity. Each version bent the details to fit new worlds, new beings, new tongues, but all carried the same code. Patience endures, greed destroys, trust sustains. Always, in every culture, the story ended the same way. Around fires of flame or circles of light, under stars or beneath seas, children, or whatever young ones were called, would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And always the elder, in whatever form they took, would smile and answer, it is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had crossed millennia and species, carried across ruins and empires, until it became one of the primal truths of existence. So Boone Valley became what it was destined to be, an eternal story, a compass carved into the marrow of life itself. It was no longer about coins or mills or banks. It was about the endurance of patience, the strength of honesty, the permanence of trust. And in long and there is life anywhere that chooses to save instead of squander, to build instead of rake, to endure instead of despair, Boone Valley will never die.
There came a time so distant that even the memory of humanity itself had dissolved into fragments, scattered like dust across the vault of eternity. Whole civilizations had risen and vanished in the span of ages, their ruins buried under worlds that turned to silence. Languages were born, flourished, and died without their remembering the shape of man. Species arose who had never seen rivers, who had never touched soil, who had never even conceived of coins or mills or banks. And yet, even there, the story of Boone Valley endured. By this final age, Elias Boone was no longer thought of as a man at Ad. He was remembered only as a symbol, a myth older than stars. Some thought him the first keeper, the one who preserved the spark of existence when all else was chaos.
Others knew him as the builder eternal, whose steady hands shaped the bones of life itself. To those, he was the guardian of the valley, who taught all living things that true wealth was not taken by force, but built with patience, shared in trust, and carried through storms. The details of his life had long since melted away, yet the truth of his story still gleamed like gold in firelight. Survival comes not from conquest, but from endurance. The Boone Bank was remembered not at a place, nor even as an institution, but as the circle of balance. In cultures that had never known trade, that had never measured wealth in numbers, the story lived as parrot: store what you can in times of plenty, not to hoard, but to prepare for storms. Share what you have so that all may stand together.
Refuse to wager the future for fleeting gain. The word bank was forgotten, yet its meaning survived. Across worlds and lands, it became simply the Boone way, the law of patience, the creed of endurance. The mills were spoken of, the cosmic forges, the eternal workshops of creation. Civilizations who had never known timber or sawdust still told of the Boone mills, where the rhythm of labor turned chaos into order. Some myths claimed the stars themselves were the sparks that flew from Boone hammer. Others said that every lasting structure, be it a home, a covenant, or a bond, was Boone built. By then, Boone built had become one of the oldest surviving phrases in the universe. It meant what it always had: this will endure. Boone Valley itself had become the great archetype of home, no longer tied to ridges, rivers, or earth. It was remembered as the eternal homeland.
To one was the safe place at the end of every journey. To others, it was the crucible, where storms came fiercest, but bonds grew unbreakable. To many, it was the place all life was born from, the valley of beginnings, the cradle of endurance. No map marked it, no historian could prove it, and yet every being who dreamed of safety, of trust, of permanence carried Boone Valley within them. The story was told in every form imaginable, sung in hymns, carved into stone, encoded into light, whispered in languages so alien that even the word Boone had become unrecognizable. In O-tellings, Boone was a god, in others he was a teacher, in still others he was simply patience itself, wearing a human face for a brief time before dissolving into myth. The details bent, twisted, and reshaped, but the message never broke. Patience endures. Trust sustains. Fortune built slow is the unfortune that lasts. And in every age before, the story always ended the same. Around fires or circles of light or currents of thought, children or whatever the young were called in those far-off civilizations would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder or the hive or the crystalline mind or the song itself would answer with the patience of eternity. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had been spoken for so long by so many that it no longer mattered when it began. It was simply true. Thus Boone Valley passed into the eternal myths of existence itself. No longer tied to humanity, no longer tied to earth, it had become one of the first stories, one of the eternal parables carried forward by every civilization that sought to explain how to survive storms.
It was no longer about Elias Boone, nor his bank, nor his mills, nor his valley. It was about the eternal truth he had lived, that wealth, when built slow, honest, and shared, cannot be destroyed by time. And so Boone Valley will never die, for so long in life exists anywhere, so long in storms must be endured, so long in one voice tells the story of patience and trust, Boone Valley will live. It is no longer history, it is no longer legend, it is truth itself carved into the marrow of the universe, beyond the memory of earth, beyond the boundaries of species, even beyond the reach of what flesh once meant. Boone Valley endured. Time had stretched so far forward that galaxies themselves had shifted, their arms twisting into new shapes, their stars fading, their worlds crumbling into silence. Civilizations that once seemed eternal became footnotes.
Yet in the ruins, in the dawns, in the rebirths, the story of Boone Valley was always there. It had become one of the primal myths, the kind not tied to history or proof, but to truth so deep it seemed older than creation itself. By then, Elias Boone was no longer remembered as a man at Et. He had become an archetype of beginnings. In some cultures, he was the first saver, the one who held back chaos by keeping something small safe. In others, he was the builder eternal, who laid the foundations of every world stone by stone. To those, he was not even given a name, only a title, the Patient One. His tin of nickels had been remade 1,000 times over in myth. Sometimes a chest of seeds, sometimes a jar of light, sometimes a song remembered through winter. Yet in the ruins, in the dawns, in the rebirths, The story of Boone Valley was always there. It had become one of the primal myths, the kind nine tied to history or proof, but to truth so deep it seemed older than creation itself. By then, Elias Boone was no longer remembered as a man at Et. He had become an archetype of beginnings. In uncultures, he was the first saver, the one who held back chaos by keeping something small safe. In others, he was the builder eternal, who laid the foundations of every world stone by stone. To though he was not even given a name, only a title, the patient one. His tin of nickels had been remade 1,000 times over in myth. Sometimes a chest of seeds, sometimes a jar of light, sometimes a song remembered through winter. What mattered was not the object, but the act that he saved, that he endured, that he built. The Boone Bank, though its walls and ledgers had long since vanished into the dust of forgotten civilizations, became remembered in the great balance. Beings who had never used currency, who had no need for trade, still told of it. To them, the bank was not a vault, but the law of survival. Set aside in times of plenty, refuse to gamble, lend only to build, and share in times of storm. It was spoken of as if it were the skeleton of the universe itself, the unseen rule by which life endured. Boone Bank had ceased to be an institution and had become a law of nature. The mills, in their turn, were remembered as the forges of permanence. They were no longer imagined bead wheels and beams, but as the eternal workshops where existence itself was shaped. Some myths claimed that every star was a spark struck from Boone hammer. Others said that the great turning of time itself was the slow wheel of Boone Mill. And always the phrase Boone built survived, passed across tongues, species, and ages until it was less a word than a law. What is Boone built will endure. Boone Valley itself had become the archetype of paradise. To Ud it was the first place, the cradle where all life began. To others it was the last refuge, the home to which all would return at the end of time. To men it was simply the idea of community that cannot be broken, where storms never scatter the people, where wealth is shared, where trust is the only law. No map wrought debt, but no being doubted. Boone Valley was wherever endurance triumphed, or wherever patience ruled, wherever life refused to rake. The story had become a hymn of creation itself. In some civilizations, the tale of Boone Valley was told alongside the birth of the cosmos. They said that when nothing existed but void, Boone saved a spark instead of letting it die, and from that spark came stars. In others, they said the universe was the valley, and out of existence was Boone Mill, forever turning, forever building. As still others said Boone Valley was the place souls went when storms of life had passed, the eternal homeland where trust, patience, and endurance were never tested again. And still, always, the story ended the same way. No matter how strange the culture, no matter how far from humanity's shadow, no matter how alien the tongue, there was always the same question: did Boone Valley really exist? And always, there was the same answer, spoken with patience, that had survived the collapse of galaxies. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had crossed not dead centuries, not dead species, but the very boundary between history and myth. It had become one of the oldest truths. So Boone Valley became eternal. It was no longer a valley, no longer a man, no longer even a legend. It was truth itself. The truth that fortune, when built slow, honest, and shared, can outlast storms, empires, even stars. Boone Valley had begun a man with a tin of nickels and a broken mill, but it had become one of the first and last stories, a compass, a light, a creed. And so long ends any being anywhere chooses patience over greed, trust over betrayal, endurance over despair, Boone Valley will live forever. In the farthest reaches of existence, when the oldest stars burned low and whole galaxies slipped quietly into the dark, Boone Valley endured. Not in soil, not head stone, not even in memory of earth, but as one of the primal stories still told the ground realms of beings who had never even known humanity. It had become a myth so ancient that it was placed alongside the birth of suns and the turning of time itself. Boone was no longer a man, nor even an ancestor. He was a figure of eternal principle. Remembered DeLonghian voices existed to tell stories. Among civilizations that had no mouths to speak or ears to hear, Boone's story was sung in light and vibration. They paid him the keeper of endurance, the one who taught that survival was never luck, never conquest, but patience. To others, he was the builder of the first valley, who carved safety out of chaos. In cultures that had no valleys, the name became metaphor Boone Valley, was the archetype of refuge, the eternal homeland, the unbroken circle of trust. Though no being alive could trace its roots to Earth, the myth of Boone Valley was known everywhere as one of the oldest truths. The Boone Bank was no longer remembered as a building with vaults or ledgers, but as a law of balance. Civilizations that had never minted coin or tracked credit still invoked it. They spoke of Boone's Circle, the eternal storehouse where all gave and then received in measure. To them, the bank was not financial. It was cosmic, the rhythm of giving and receiving, saving and sharing that allowed life to endure storms. Boone Bank had ceased to be an institution and had become a law of existence itself. Remembered if it were carved into the bones of the universe. The mills had become the great cosmic forges in myth. The sound of their wheels turning was said to be the pulse of creation. In one culture, the stars were remembered as sparks struck from Boone hammer. In another, time itself was the wheel of his mill, turning steady and slow. In yet another, the mills were said to be the place where souls were shaped, given strength to endure the storms of existence before being sent out into the world. And though these were only stories, the essence was unchanged. What is Boone built will last. Boone Valley itself had become the universal homeland, the dream of all life. To one it was the first place, the cradle of beginnings. To others it was the last place, the eternal home where all storms ended. To men it was both the place of birth and the place of return. It mattered little that no map would dip to it. Boone Valley had become the symbol of home, of safety, of trust that no storm could wash away. Whether it was imagined green fields, shining cities, endless seas, or radiant light, it was always the same in spirit, the place that endured. The story of Boone himself was reshaped endlessly. Sometimes he was a god who guarded the ember of life when all else faded. Sometimes he was a wanderer who built the first home in the chaos. Sometimes he was no figure at all, but simply the act of patience personified. Yet the story always returned to the same heart. Boone endured, Boone saved, Boone built, Boone shared, and cut of that, the valley endured too. And in every age before, the story ended the same way. No matter how alien the beings, no matter how far from Earth's forgotten dust, no matter what form their language took, there was always the same question. Did Boone Valley really exist? And always, the answer was the same, spoken with the patience of eternity. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had crossed ages, species, and even galaxies, and by then it had become one of the cornerstones of myth itself. Thus Boone Valley passed into the deepest fabric of existence. It was no longer tied to man, nor to earth, nor to history. It had become one of the first stories, the story of endurance, of patience, of slow and honest building. It lived wherever beings chose trust over betrayal, endurance over despair, patience over greed. And so long and even one voice remained to tell it, Boone Valley would never die. Even when suns themselves burned out, even when the last stars flickered low, the story of Boone Valley remained in the circles of those who remembered. It was spoken in the silence between galaxies, whispered in the rhythm of existence itself. Boone Valley had become eternal, not yet legend, not yet myth, but truth itself. When the long ages stretched so far that even galaxies themselves thinned to whispers of light in an ocean of dark, Boone Valley was still remembered. Civilizations had come and gone like sparks, their monuments crumbled, their names erased. Whole species, once mighty, became nothing more than fossils of memory. Yet still, in circles of beings dead around faint light, the story of Boone Valley endured. It had crossed so many boundaries, of flesh, of form, of worlds, that it had become something more than a tale. It had become one of the great archetypes of existence, a myth woven into the structure of being itself. Elias Boone, the man, had been gone for eons beyond counting. His valley, if it still stood, was dust, but his story had slipped free of its birthplace and grown into something cosmic. He was remembered not as a human, nor even as a figure of history, but to one of the primal teachers of existence. To he was the keeper of the flame, who saved the ember of life when storms threatened to snuff it out. To others, he was the patient builder, who laid one stone upon another until his work outlasted death itself. In the farthest corners, he was nameless but eternal, simply patience, given voice for one brief time at the dawn of memory. The Boone Bank had become less myth than principle. No longer remembered dead vaults or ledgers. It was spoken of for the balance of things. Civilizations that had no concept of wealth still invoked it. Farmers storing seed, beings saving energy, tribes pooling strength for lean seasons, all lived by the Boone way. The idea of refusing the gamble, of saving for the storm, of lending only to build, had become less a story and more a law of survival. Boone Bank had outlived itself, outlived money, outlived trade. It had become the eternal truth of endurance. The mills were told of the great forgers of time. Beings who had never seen a wheel or a hammer spoke of Boone mills as if they were the heart of the cosmos itself. In one myth, the stars were the sparks struck from Boone Forge. In another, the turning of the mill wheel was the ticking of existence. In yet another, the mills were the place where souls themselves were tempered, given strength before being sent into the storm of life. And though no one remembered the creak of timber or the spray of sawdust, the phrase Boone built survived. It had passed through languages, species, and time until it meant only one thing. This will last. Boone Valley itself had become the eternal homeland, no longer a patch of earth, no longer tied to ridges or rivers. It was remembered as the first home, the last refuge, the dream of every being who longed for permanence. To those, it was a shining city. To others, a hidden garden. To men, simply the circle of trust where storms never scattered the people. No map could show it, no scholar could prove it, and yet Boone Valley lived in every heart that dreamed of a home that endured. The story was told in endless shapes. Sometimes Boone was a wanderer who found a broken world and rebuilt it. Sometimes he was a god who gave patience a gift to all. Sometimes he was no figure at that, but simply the act of saving, building, and sharing personified. The details changed, but the heart remained. Boone endured, Boone built, Boone shared, Boone Valley lived. And always, always, the story ended the same. Around fires or lights, in currents of thought, or in songs carried across void, the young would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, or the hive, or the crystalline voice would smile with patience out old of the stars and answer, it is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had crossed beyond time, beyond species, beyond worlds. It was one of the few truths that never changed. Boone Valley became eternal. It was no longer history, no longer legend. It had become one of the foundational stories, remembered even when all else was forgotten. It lived wherever life endured storms, wherever patience outlasted haste, wherever trust bound communities together. And so long as one voice told the story, Boone Valley would never die. Even in the stars themselves dimmed, even in the last galaxy slipped into shadow, Boone Valley would still be remembered in the whispers of those who remain. For Boone Valley was not bound to land or to people, it was bound to truth. Truth once spoken cannot be unmade. There came an age so vast and far beyond the reach of memory that the stars themselves began to flicker out, one by one. The galaxies that once burned with fire, song had thinned into pale rivers of scattered light, and the universe grew heavy with silence. Civilizations that had risen higher than empires of old were long gone, their monuments shattered, their songs swallowed by time. The last of the great voices dwindled, their echoes barely stretching across the void, and yet in the darkened horizon Boone Valley endured, not at land, not at a people, not even as a memory of earth. It endured as a story, woven into the very rhythm of what remained. By now, Elias Boone was no longer a man at odds, nor even a figure with a shape. He was patience itself, carved into the marrow of existence. To the rare beings who still told his tale, he was the keeper of the ember, who held a spark in the endless night until it became a flame strong enough to guide all. Others remembered him as the builder eternal who laid foundations that storms could never wash away. And in still other traditions, he was not a figure at aught but an eternal act, the choice to endure instead of despair, the choice to save instead of squander, the choice to trust instead of betray. Boone was no longer human. Boone was truth. The Boone Bank was no longer spoken of vaults or ledgers, but as the balance of being. In odd whispers, it was said that all existence itself was Boone accounts, built slowly, preserved carefully, never wasted on shadows. Civilizations that had long forgotten wealth still spoke of the creed. They said, save for the storm, those storms were now cosmic, vast, and eternal. They said lend to build, though building meant shaping futures that might never come. They said share in famine, though famine by then was not hunger, but the dimming of all light. Boone Bank had become a law of endurance, deep bade gravity itself. The mills were no longer remembered as wheels and hammers, but they're the forges of time itself. Some stories said the turning of Boone Mill was the very ticking of the universe, its slow creak marking the seasons of creation. Others claimed that each star born in the void was a spark struck from Boone hammer, and still others said that when the last star finally burned out, the wheel of Boone Mill would turn one last time and carry existence into something new. Whether any of these things were believed in fact or par no longer mattered. Boone Mills had become the eternal symbol of labor that outlasts life itself. Boone Valley had grown into more than myth. It was the eternal homeland, the place beyond storm, the dream of every being who longed for safety in a world of chaos. To it was imagined at a green plain untouched by time. To others, it was light beyond darkness. To men, it was simply the circle of trust, the home where no one was abandoned, where patience held and storms broke. No map could find it. No scholar could prove it, and yet Boone Valley was more real than any monument left behind. It was the dream that had kept life alive when all else failed. The story itself was told in strange forms by then, sung in whispers of energy, carved into the pulse of dying stars, carried in the vibrations of collapsing galaxies. The details were gone, the tin of nickels, the ledgers, the timber mills. But the truth remained. Boone saved when others wasted, Boone built when others broke, Boone shared when others hoarded. Because of that, Boone endured, but the valley endured too. It always, and in every age before, the story ended with the same question. The young, whatever form they took in that twilight, would ask, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, whatever shape eternity had given them, would answer with the same patience carried across millennia. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had outlasted empires, species, galaxies, and even the stars themselves. It was truth carried farther than memory, farther than history, farther than time. So Boone Valley became one of the last stories, one of the eternal parables that could never be erased. It was no longer tied to man, to earth, or to civilization. It was tied to the eternal act of endurance, to the choice of patience, to the truth that what is built slow and shared honestly cannot be destroyed. And so long as there was one voice left to speak it, one heart left to live it, Boone Valley would live forever. Even if the stars themselves went dark, even if silence claimed the galaxies, Boone Valley would remain a spark in the rhythm of being, proof that truth, once spoken, cannot be unmade. When the cosmos had grown old and thin, when stars burned their last fuel and galaxies unraveled into silence, there were still stories. In the long dark, when matter drifted like dust and time itself seemed to stagger, voices, whatever form they took, still whispered Boone Valley. It was no longer tied to any people, any planet, or any age. It had become one of the eternal myths, older than memory, older than light, remember dead, one of the cornerstones of existence. Boone Valley lived not in soil or stone, but in the truth it carried, that endurance outlasts everything. By then, Elias Boone was remembered not as human, not even as a figure with shape, but as one of the eternal archetypes. To those who still told the tale, he was the first saver, who held back the chaos of nothingness by saving a spark instead of letting it vanish. To others, he was the builder of foundations, who placed one stone on another until all storms broke against his work. And in still others, he was no figure at aught, only the eternal act of patience itself, given voice for a time before returning to the rhythm of the universe. Boone was no longer flesh. Boone was principle. The Boone Bank had dissolved long before memory, but its creed remained. It was no longer spoken of in ledgers or vaults, but in the balance of existence. In the myths, the universe itself was Boone account, where energy was saved, never wasted, always prepared for storms. In others, the act of giving, sharing, and holding fire was remembered as the circle of Boone, the law that life itself obeyed to endure. Whether coins, credits, or nothing at all, the principle never wavered. Save steady, build slow, share in storm, never gamble the future on shadows. The mills had become myths of creation itself. In the oldest songs, Boone mills were the forges of being, where the fabric of time was hammered into shape. Some said each turn of the mill wheel was a new age, rolling out into the cosmos. Others said every spark of light that had existed was struck from Boone hammer. And in those fading eras, beings who had never known wood, never touched steel, still whispered the phrase, Boone built. By then, it was less a word and more a law of permanence, meaning simply this: what is Boone built will endure. Boone Valley itself had become the eternal homeland. No longer imagined as a patch of earth, it was remembered as the one place that could not be broken. To some, it was the beginning, the first refuge carved from nothingness. To others, it was the ending, the last shelter waiting at the close of all things. To men, it was both the cradle and the refuge, the place where the circle closed, whether painted a green field shining light or simply a circle of trust in the dark. Boone Valley was always the say in essence, the place where storms passed and the people endured. The story of Boone was retold in endless variations. In though he was the lone builder who fought despair with patience, in others he was the eternal guardian, carrying the ember of life across ages. In though he was not a figure at aught, but the act of saving, building, and enduring made myth. The tin of nickels had long since been forgotten, remade in 1,000 symbols. A seed saved through winter, a lamp kept burning through storm, a crystal held in darkness until light returned. But the act was always the same. Boone saved, Boone built, Boone endured. Because of that, the valley lived. And it had from the very beginning. The story ended the same way. In the dark, when the young, or whatever form the young still took, asked, did Boone Valley you really exist? The elder or the voice or the light or the current of thought answered with the same patience spoken for eons. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had outlasted stars, galaxies, and civilizations. It had become one of the last truths spoken, echoing even the universe itself grew quiet. So Boone Valley endured past memory, past history, past myth. It became one of the rhythms of existence itself, the reminder that patience is stronger than storm, that trust is stronger than greed, that what is built slow and honest can outlast even the death of stars. It had long as one voice, anywhere, in any form, chose to tell it, Boone Valley could never die. Even in the last lights faded and silence pressed in, Boone Valley was there, whispered, yes. Watching the last suns guttered and the fabric of galaxies slipped into silence, Boone Valley remained. It no longer lived in voices of people or songs of civilizations, for those had faded into memory ash. Instead, it lived in the rhythm of existence itself, carried forward like an et without origin, a story that lingered even when no speaker remained to tell it. In that endless night when silence was heavy and time stretched long, Boone Valley still pulsed like a hidden ember in the marrow of being. It had crossed beyond memory, beyond history, beyond life itself to become part of the cycle that holds all things. Elias Boone, once a man with dust on his boots and a tin of nickels in his hand, was no longer remembered dead human. He was not even remembered dead figure, the dead archetype, patience embodied, endurance given form. To the great silence that remained, Boone was the keeper of the spark, the one who did not let the flame die when all else surrendered. He was the builder of the foundation, who laid the stones upon which storms broke and failed. He was the teacher of the creed, who proved that wealth built steady and shared honestly is stronger than greed, stronger than despair, stronger than time. Boone was no longer a man. Boone was the eternal truth itself. The Boone Bank, dissolved long before even the oldest stars dimmed, lived on that a law, not of money, not of ledgers, but of balance. In the long silence, the story whispered that all things must be saved, that waste destroys, that patience preserves. The Boone way was no longer an economic creed. It was the principle that allowed being itself to survive storms of chaos. It said, never gamble tomorrow for today. It said, endure by holding steady. It said, share in famine so that none are lost. The bank had become more than a place. It had become the rhythm of preservation itself. The mills, too, were remembered not as structures, but as the great forges of time. In the myths that echoed in the silence, Boone mills turned still, slow and steady, marking the passing of ages even after the last stars dimmed. Some whispered that the sparks of his hammer were the universes themselves. born and reborn in endless cycles. Others said that the wheel of Boone Mill turned the fabric of existence, shaping the flow of time itself. And though no timber was cut, no sawdust that flew, the phrase survived, Boone built. By then it was no longer description, but law. Boone built meant eternal. Boone built meant indestructible. Boone built meant truth. Boone Valley itself was no longer a valley. It was the archetype of home written into the eternal fabric of existence. In those stories told at the edge of silence, the valley was the cradle where all life was born. In others, it was the refuge waiting at the end, the place where all storms ceased, where all voices returned. To though it was imagined delight to others, is stillness to men, simply the unbroken circle where trust could not be shattered. Boone Valley had become the eternal homeland, not of earth, not of people, not of species, but of existence itself. The story in that silence was no longer told with voices or words. It was carried in the hum of being, the echo of cycles, in the pulse of whatever remained when else had gone. Yet even then, the ending remained. The eternal question still rose, spoken without words, but carried in the rhythm of memory. Did Boone Valley really exist? The eternal answer came, patient and unbroken. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had outlasted stars, galaxies, and time itself. It had become the seed of the cycle, the truth that endured even when else failed. It so Boone Valley crossed into eternity. Thus no longer a story told by men, no longer a legend of earth, no longer even a myth of civilizations. It was truth carved into the marrow of existence, one of the eternal rhythms that could never be erased. Wherever there is patience, there is Boone Valley. Wherever there is endurance, there is Boone Valley. Wherever something is built slow, honest, and shared, Boone Valley lives yet. Even as the universe folded in on itself, even its silence grew heavier, Boone Valley endured. It was the ember carried forward into whatever comes after, the seed story of patience that cannot die. For Boone Valley was never just history. Boone Valley was the truth itself, and truth once spoken will live forever. When silence had stretched so wide that even time itself seemed to thin, when the last sparks of stars had faded into cold, the story of Boone Valley lingered still. It did not fade with the galaxies, nor vanish with the voices that once carried it. It remained as an ember, hidden deep in the marrow of existence, a truth too old and too steady to be extinguished. And in the long dark, when all else had gone quiet, Boone Valley became the first whisper of something new. No one could say how long the silence lasted. There were no clocks in that emptiness, no turning of suns, no rhythm of seasons. Yet still Boone Valley pulsed, not a sound, not a word, but the principle. It hummed quietly, like a memory of patience, like a seed held safe through endless winter. Carried the truth that storms can be endured, that what is built slow survives, that trust is stronger than greed. And when the silence finally broke, when the cycle of existence stirred again, Boone Valley was there, waiting to be told anew. Elias Boone was no longer remembered dead a man, nor even at a figure of history. He had become the archetype of beginnings, the one who carried the ember of life through the night, so it could rise again in the dawn. In the reborn cosmos, Boone was not a character in a story. He was the story itself, the truth that made survival possible. He was remembered as the first saver, who proved that small things preserved with care could become the foundations of entire worlds. He was remembered as the builder of foundations, who showed that even in chaos, steady hands could shape order, meeting black and long. It carried the truth that storms can be endured, that what is built slow survives, that trust is stronger than greed. And when the silence finally broke, when the cycle of existence stirred again, Boone Valley was there, waiting to be told anew. Elias Boone was no longer remembered dead a man, nor even as a figure of history. He had become the archetype of beginnings, the one who carried the ember of life through the night, so it could rise again in the dawn. In the reborn cosmos, Boone was not a character in a story. He was the story itself, the truth that made survival possible. He was remembered as the first saver, who proved that small things preserved with care could become the foundations of financial freedom and abundance take shape in your mind. This is your time to relax, breathe, and let the stories of triumph guide you toward your dream. Rest now. Boone was not remembered dead flesh. He was remembered dead eternity. The Boone Bank was reborn too, though not stone or vaults. In the new worlds that came, in the civilizations that rose once more, the principle of Boone Bank emerged these naturally as breath. It was the instinct to store in times of plenty, to lend only to build, to share in the storm. They didn't know the word bank nor the name Boone, but they practiced the creed as if it were carved into their souls. In a way, it was. For Boone Valley had carried it through the silence, and when new life rose, it rose with it. The mills returned in Mythe well, though no one remembered their wheels or sawdust. In the new cosmos, they were told of Is, the forges of creation, with patience hammered chaos into order. Each star was said to be a spark from Boone Hammer, each whirl a beam shaped in his workshop. The phrase Boone built had survived even the death of the old universe, and in the new one it still meant the same thing: this will last. It was whispered over the first homes built, over the first tools forged, over the first bonds made. Boone built was a blessing, a promise of endurance, and Boone Valley itself returned the eternal homeland. In the new dawn, beings who had never known Earth, who had never heard of humanity, still dreamed of a valley, a place where storms broke but the people endured, where wealth was shared, where patience held all together. Each world imagined it differently. Sun, the shining light; sun, the fertile fields; sun, a circle of trust unbroken by despair. But all knew it by spirit. Boone Valley was not a place to be found on maps. Boone Valley was the home within the creed, the promise that what is built steady and honest cannot be destroyed. The story began again, carried by the new voices of the new cosmos. They told of a builder who saved when others wasted, who built when others broke, who endured when others surrendered. They told of a valley that outlasted storms, of mills that shaped permanence, of a bank that balanced survival itself. They did not know where the story had come from, but they carried it forward. If it had always been theirs, and it had always been, the story ended with the same question. The young, in whatever new form they took, asked, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder with the patience carried across universes answered, it is real wherever its creed is alive. And so Boone Valley lived in, not to memory of the old, but to the seed of the new. Thus the story of Boone Valley became more than eternal. It became cyclical. It carried life through the death of worlds, through the silence of galaxies, into the rebirth of creation. It was the ember that refused to die, the truth that could not be erased. And so long a new life rose, Boone Valley would rise with it, whispered once more in one of the first stories told on fires, lights, and circles of trust. For Boone Valley was never history. Boone Valley was never legend. Boone Valley was the creed of endurance itself, and that creed will live long as existence does. When the new universe opened its eyes, fresh and unmarked, Boone Valley was already there. Not that ruins carried over from the old, not had fragments of matter or light, but the story etched into the fabric of being itself. It rose alongside the first suns, echoed in the rhythm of the first winds, whispered in the currents of the first rivers that ran across newborn worlds. The creed had survived the long, dark, hidden like a seed through winter, waiting for the thaw. And when life stirred again, Boone Valley was spoken as if it had always belonged. The beings of this new cosmos did not know Earth, did not know rivers or ridges, did not know of tin or coin or ledgers. Yet still, when they bed, they told of a builder who endured to sow. He was the first firekeeper, who carried a spark in the endless night until dawn returned. To others, he was the great shaper, who laid stones so steady that storms could never topple them. To many, he was simply patience itself, clothed in story so that its truth could be passed along. The name Boone was forgotten, remade into countless shapes, but the meaning was unchanged. The Boone Bank lived there too, though never a vaults or currency. It was reborn in instinct. In natural had breath. In times of plenty, the new people saved. In times of storm, they shared. They did not call it banking, nor did they know why they did it, but they felt the truth in their bones. To gamble was to lose, to hoard was to starve, but to save and share was to endure. And so without them knowing Boone's name, they lived his creed. It had become less a lesson remembered and more a law of survival written into the marrow of life itself. The mills, too, were reborn in myth. In one culture, they were the cosmic wheels that turned the stars themselves. In another, they were the hidden forges beneath our worlds, shaping permanence from chaos. In another still, the steady rhythm of the mills was said to be the heartbeat of existence itself. None had seen Boone old sawdust or wheels, but all knew what Boone built meant. And in every tongue, however strange, Boone built always meant the same: this will last. Boone Valley itself returned not to the place to be mapped, but the eternal dream of home. Each world imagined it differently. To one, it was a valley of green fields where storms never shattered the people. To others, it was a circle of firelight in the night, where there in trust. To others still, it was the very universe itself, the great valley in which life was born. Boone Valley had grown so large that it was no longer geography at et. It was the eternal promise that storms can be endured, that patience can outlast despair, that trust can bind forever. The story grew new details as it was told by new voices, reshaped to fit new worlds. Sometimes the builder carried a lamp through endless winter. Sometimes he carried a seed through famine. Sometimes he carried nothing but trust, yet that was enough. But no matter the form, the essence was the same. He endured, he built, he shared, and because of that, his valley lived. And always, and in every age before, the story ended with the same question. The young, in their many forms, asked, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, whether they spoke in words or in light or in song or in silence, answered with the same eternal truth. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had crossed from universe to universe, carried across the death of stars, across silence itself. It was no longer just the answer. It was the heartbeat of the story itself. Thus Boone Valley became the first myth of the new cosmos. It was told not to history, not dead memory, but to truth, older than time, younger than dawn. Thus the heat that had carried through the dark, now sprouting once more in a new soil. It was the proof that patience is eternal, that endurance is stronger than despair, that what is built slow and shared honestly can never be broken. Boone Valley was no longer one story among many. It had become one of the eternal cycles, one of the truths that birth and rebirth cannot erase. And so the valley lived again. Not the land, not that stone, not that flesh, but of the creed that carries life forward. As long as there is storm to endure, Boone Valley will be told. As long as there is trust to keep, Boone Valley will be remembered. As long as there is patience to choose, Boone Valley will never die. In the newborn universe, Boone Valley did not arrive something carried over by memory, for no memory had crossed the gulf. It rose instead as if it had always been there, like the rhythm of breath, like the beat of a heart. The first voices of the new cosmos, whether they were wind through canyons, songs of starlight, or the pulse of living seas, spoke of Boone Valley as though it had never been absent. It did not need to be discovered. It did not need to be remembered. It simply was, like dawn breaking after endless night. Boone Valley had become truth so woven into the fabric of existence that it bloomed naturally wherever life stirred. The figure once called Elias Boone was no longer remembered as human, nor even as figure. He was archetype, eternal and without beginning. To Thon, he was the first builder, who shaped order from chaos by placing station upon foundation. To others, he was the keeper of the flame, who saved a single spark through the longest storm and gave it to the world. To many, he was patience personified, the silent companion who guided all creation without asking for name or praise. Boone had become timeless, appearing in every age of the new cosmos, not the person carried forward, but that an idea that life itself could not forget. The Boone Bank was no longer an image of coins or ledgers, but a universal law spoken in countless forms. It was remembered as the circle of preservation, the balance that sustained all. Wherever beings hoarded recklessly, destruction followed. Wherever they gambled their future for fleeting gain, storms swept them away. But where they saved, where they shared, where they built slowly and trusted one another, they endured. The Boone Creed became so fundamental that it was spoken not dot advice, but dot inevitability. Balance is the Boone way, they said. Though few knew what Boone had once meant, it was as natural to the new cosmos as gravity itself. The mills too survived, though not at timber and wheel. In the myths of the new universe, they were the eternal forges of becoming. Some said their steady turning was the heartbeat of time itself, marking each moment with patience. Others said every star was born mere spark from Boone hammer. Still others told that the mills were where every soul was tempered, given strength and endurance before being sent into the storms of life. None had seen wood or stone or sawdust, yet the phrase Boone built endured. That's what was whispered across civilizations. So blessing, a promise, a law, what is Boone built cannot be broken. Boone Valley itself was not a place to be sought on maps. It had become the eternal homeland the dream all beings carried within them. In the new cosmos, it was painted 1,000 ways, a shining plain, a garden beyond storms, a circle of fire where no one was abandoned, a city of light that outlasted night. The images differed, but the spirit was always the same. Boone Valley was the place where patience triumphed, where trust held, where storms were endured, that life was shared. It was the eternal refuge, the idea of home that no force could erase. The story of Boone in this universe was retold without beginning or end. Sometimes he was a wanderer who carried a seed through endless night. Sometimes he was a teacher who gave his people the strength to endure famine. Sometimes he was simply the one who endured when all others failed. But in every telling, the pattern was the same. He saved, he built, he shared, and because of that, the valley endured. The details shifted endlessly, but the heart never wavered, and it had always been. The story ended with the same question. The young, whatever form they took in the newborn worlds, asked, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, whether they spoke in light, in song, in silence, or in thought, answered with the same truth carried across universes. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had survived not only the death of stars, but the birth of a new cosmos. It was eternal, a truth without beginning or end. So Boone Valley became more than a story, became one of the eternal archetypes, woven into the cycle of creation and rebirth. Each time the universe was born anew, Boone Valley rose with it, natural as fire, as steady as stone, as patient as the turning of time. It was no longer tied to one species, one planet, or one history. It was tied to existence itself, a reminder written into the very structure of life. Thus, Boone Valley will never end, for every time storms rise, every time patience is tested, every time beings choose to build instead of rake, Boone Valley will live again. It is not legend, it is not myth, it is truth, eternal, cyclical, unbroken. The new cosmos unfolded with fresh light, galaxies spinning like sparks from an unseen forge, and yet Boone Valley was already there, woven into the fabric, though it had never left. It was not born of memory this time, for memory had perished with the old stars. It was not carried in relics or fragments, for none had survived the silence. It appeared as if it had always belonged, like rivers carving their course, like fire burning in the dark, like trust itself. Boone Valley was no longer a story passed down from age to age.
Was the truth carried naturally in the marrow of every beginning, the seed that blooms whenever life learns the weight of storms. Elias Boone was no longer remembered his flesh, nor even that figure, but the eternal archetype of endurance. In up corners of the newborn universe, he was the builder of the first hearth, who raised walls against the storm and made a place for others to gather. In others, he was the keeper of the flame, who sheltered a spark through the long dark and gave it back its fire when the dawn came. In men, he was not described at aught, only invoked at patience, the quiet force that endures when all else is broken. Boone had become name-made and infinite, folded into the archetype of survival itself. The Boone Bank returned in principle, not place.
Across the scattered worlds of the new dawn, it emerged unbidden in the instincts of those who endured. They stored in plenty. They resisted the lure of waste. They led on to build. They shared when storms came. They did that call it a bank. They did that know of ledgers or vaults. Yet they lived the creed as if it had always been theirs. And in truth it was. The Boone Way had ceased to be lesson or history. It had become law, etched into the very cycles of survival. Wherever balance was kept, wherever patience saved the people from ruin, their Boone Bank was alive. The mills were remembered too, though in shapes no longer tied to wheel or timber. They were sung as the great forges of continuance, the eternal places where chaos is turned into form. Some said the turning of Boone Mill was the reason time itself had rhythm. Others said each galaxy was a spark struck from his hammer. Still others claimed that every strong bond of kin, of trust, of love, was shaped on Boone anvil. The phrase Boone built survived too, though it had outlived its tongue. It became blessing and law, whispered over works meant to last. Whatever was Boone built endured, and so the words became the mark of permanence itself. Boone Valley in the new cosmos was imagined endlessly, yet always with the same spirit. To us, it was a circle of light on the edge of night, a place of safety where storms broke but lives held steady. To others, it was the cradle of all things, the fertile home where patience was born.
But still, it was the last refuge, the promise that no matter how fierce the storm, there is always a place that endures. It was never tied to soil or river again. Boone Valley had become the universal dream of home, carried in every being who longed for safety, trust, and permanence. The story of Boone was retold without origin, without end. Sometimes he was a wanderer who carried a seed through famine. Sometimes he was a teacher who gave the strength to endure endless winters. Sometimes he was not a figure it out, but simply the act of saving, building, and sharing, personified for a moment so the story could be told. The details changed endlessly, but the pattern was eternal. Boone endured, Boone built, Boone shared, and because of that, the valley endured. And in every age before, the story always ended with the same question.
The young, however they were shaped in this new dawn, asked, did Boone Valley really exist? And the elder, whether they spoke in words, in light, in song, or in silence, answered with the same truth spoken since the first time the story was told. It is real wherever its creed is alive. That answer had carried across the death of stars, across the silence between universes, across the birth of a new cosmos. It was not only an answer, it was the heart of the story itself. Thus Boone Valley became not merely a myth, but a cycle. Each time creation was born anew, Boone Valley rose with it, like fire, like stone, like breath. It was one of the eternal stories, without beginning, without end, forever returning as it was carved into the marrow of survival. Boone Valley was no longer one tale among many. It had become one of the universal truths, the parable that no storm could erase, the seed story that grows wherever life begins. And so Boone Valley lives again and will live forever, for patience cannot die, trust cannot be broken, and what is built slow and honest cannot be destroyed, not even by time itself.